Yo, Chase. How's it going, man? Nice to see you, brother. Mm-hmm. Sweet. Boom, boom, boom. All right. Yo, what's up, man?
You have a knife, I have an army. Through sweat and blood, I take the crown. There's nothing you can do to stop me.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
What's up, dude? Yeah. Yeah. Can you guys hear that? Wait, you guys could hear the song? Hopefully. I was trying to make sure you hear it. Nice. Good.
You have a knife, I have an army. Through sweat and blood, I take the crown. There's nothing you can do to stop me. I'm soaring high, you're going down, going down, going down, going down. And I can't stop running, I won't stop running. There's nothing gonna stop. You can beat me, you may defeat me, but you will learn I never give up. When the pain comes, you run away, cause you were afraid that you're gonna fall. I'm walking through fire up the hill. It's meant to be. Forging a kingdom through my will. While you live
Oh, what's up, dude? How's it going, man? Nice to see you.
with the power of my will. You're caught in dreams, I am working. You're chasing joy, I stand the pain. You're mellow warm while I am burning. You waste your nights, I seize the day. Every day, every day, every day. And I never care for the moon, no, I'm always aiming right at the sun. While you're never doing the things you know you should do, you're waiting too long. When the pain comes, I will embrace it, knowing it's only making me strong. It's only making me strong, making me strong. I'm walking through fire up the hill. It's meant to be. Forging a kingdom through my will.
Yo, Hazel.
Living a fantasy with the power of my will. Sun goes down and the hunt is on. What you gonna do when they're coming for you? Fight until the break of dawn.
All right. Yeah, I'm just teasing the stuff. I got you. How's it going, everyone? What's up? The Dr. Greg Show, July 26, 2020, 2026. How are you doing? Hope you're having a good day. Yeah, dude, I redid my lighting. I redid, I'm excited. We got the teleprompter in. I redid my whole desk setup. And yeah, I'm excited, man. I'm really excited. I got like a bunch of like energy right now. I'm really pumped to work on this idea that I have for my show. And I think that that's going to be really fun. So yeah, we'll see how it goes, guys. I think I'm gonna work on the script a little bit more, polish it a little bit more, just have yeah, but because right now it's tough. It's tough to yeah. So we'll see. We'll see how it goes, you know? Um yeah, but how's everyone else doing? Hope you guys are doing a good one. I am let's see. A and B. Hey Bill, how's it going? All right. Yeah, guys, I think it's gonna be fun. I think I got a lot of energy for this. I'm pumped. Um, yeah, yeah. I think the teleprompter, which is what you guys are seeing through right now too, which is kind of cool. Basically, the teleprompter is gonna let me kind of do a lot of other things on top of that, which is kind of cool. So I'm pumped about that. And yeah, yeah, just gonna keep up with it and just see how it goes, you know. I know. One second. I know. Hey, Michelle, how's it going? Real life teleprompter, a real life teleprompter. Yeah, yeah, a real life teleprompter. Uh, yeah, just give me one second, bro. I'll bring you up. Mm, mm, mm. Okay, yeah, yeah. It's supposed to really help for a lot of different things, so I'm pumped on it. Um, yeah, I'm pumped on it, man. What's up, man? How's it going?
Good, how are you?
Good.
I'm actually, I like your setup.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, noticed that. Is this a new channel?
For about a year.
Oh, okay, it's my first time seeing you.
Cool.
That's cool. I was gonna say, what do you generally talk about? You said microbiology, PhD in politics.
Mm-hmm.
Can I know a little bit more about what you do?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, basically it's just a live show where people come up and ask me, yeah, we actually passed it, I think technically 1 year. Yeah, but I started my show in August, so I think that'll be my official, like, celebration, but, yeah, man, I mean, we do debates and, reacting to science content, panels, all that kinda stuff.
Nice, awesome. So in politics, what do you
Mhm.
think about what's going on right now? Do you see that the U.S. is playing a good part in what's going on and everything, or do you think that things are manipulated?
Oh, Trump is an awful influence on politics. He's having a huge problem in everything that we do scientifically. You know, he's having undue influence, putting his hand in everything, trying to have line item veto now on all grants, which is just messed up for a whole host of reasons. And we've lost about 15,000 PhD scientists at the federal level. So,
Wow, interesting.
mhm.
Yeah, no, I've just been noticing a lot of weird things have been going on lately, especially abroad where the whole Israel thing is going on, but I didn't know where your place was on that.
um, I mean, Israel definitely influences politics through APAC and those type of things at local levels. But I think that for the most part, people kind of focus on it way too much.
Okay. No, I've just been noticing a lot of weird things happening back home. I'm from Palestine, and I
Hmm.
was wondering if you had any thoughts on if you think things are manipulated, or if you think it's just the way they try to make it on the media, with your opinion.
D- Um, I get. I mean, I think. I mean, like Trump is definitely the biggest factor in all of this. I think that that's the biggest thing. Like he has been uh emboldening Bibi and Lebanon and the war in Iran and all these other aspects, and it's just causing roughshod over Gaza too. And I think it's absolutely awful. Like the whole, I mean, it's I don't understand how the planned ethnic cleansing of the Gaza Strip for this like Riviera Casino Royale plans that they had wasn't like a huge impetus in order to rise up against him like it was in the 2024 elections. It's a little frustrating for me that people are like the same people aren't kind of like making a big deal about that as they did during the election. But it's I think that uh, I think that the Palestinian people like have the right to live free, liberated lives just like everyone else in the world, and I think it's disgusting that we that people don't give them that respect.
Yeah. Do you think lobbying is should be made illegal?
No, I mean, I think that's like so the problem is like lobbying is just representing yourself in a in DC or in politics. So like scientists going to the Capitol Hill in order to tell politicians that science matters is technically lobbying, right? Um, I think I don't think that I think that's like kind of like an easy win that people talk about. What I think is more important is actually publicly funding elections, and that would actually have a whole host of positive impacts all throughout our electoral system. In regards to like APAC disproportionately funding local congressional races, to the undue influence of billionaires on pol- politicians. Yeah, so I think yeah, it's I think that would be the best way to
See,
go forward.
no, I understand. Like, so lobbying in general, I think is manipulated in ways where it gives certain entities the upper hand. So, for example, let's just say tobacco, big tobacco, right?
Mhm,
So when like vapes started coming out, you had the lobbyist really pushing to ban vapes and the flavors of vapes in order to be able to make sure that they're able to capitalize on their tobacco and then enter into the vape industry. So what I'm saying is it's always these big entities that want to enter into something so they can get something more later. So
mhm,
for example, like Miriam Adelson, the lady that has been funding Trump or APAC, whatever they're giving to the administration, they're not, it's not like they're not getting that money back. It's a fraction of the amount of money that they're going to get back via whatever they're going to get, whether it's through military or whether it's through the land that they're going to get over there. So I noticed that it's like we have the West selling out the East also while they're doing that, labeling them as the T word, and so as a
mhm,
person like in my position viewing this as an American and a Middle Eastern, I see that I'm kind of me and my people are screwed through both ends. Is it something? Would you look at it the same way, or was I wrong with something?
Yeah, dude. I mean, if I was, I don't understand why the Arab League doesn't kind of like come together in support of the Palestinian rights at the same time. Like, for example, like Saudi Arabia is doing $100 billion deals with Nvidia and Trump to do data center development. You know, they have a lot of economic sway in that kind of stuff, way more so than Adelson. You know, like I think that those people, those like Arab countries could have a huge like impact on that region's politics, but I don't understand why they don't stand up more for Palestinians.
I don't either. I am a complete hater of those Arab nations,
Yeah.
right? I don't respect Saudi Arabia whatsoever. I can't say it as loud as I would like to, but I think there should be an overthrow of all of these UAE countries. I think they're all sellouts, and I
Yeah.
think that they're more intertwined into greed. But for example, we have the poorer countries, right? We have Palestine, we have Syria, we have
Mhm.
Lebanon. These are the people that have not sold out, right? And so these other nations, they have so much money. I don't think they want to lose that, so they're more interested in profit and greed than to
Mhm.
care about human lives. But if like yesterday, there were confused me a lot because the way the media is manipulated. Or 2 days ago, you saw that attack by the settlers. Did you see anything about that a couple days ago? All over
Um,
the news.
no, I'm sorry. Could yeah, please. Or I
Okay,
didn't.
so I've been saying this for years, especially
Mhm.
with these pro-Israelis. You know, that I've been telling them,
Mhm.
well, whatever's happening in Gaza, eventually they're going to want to annex the West Bank. And so I was talking about the settlers, and they were trying to claim that the settlers are a fractional amount of them that are rogue thug settlers. Anyways, I said, no, I don't think it's that nature. I think it's an orchestrated attack with Ben Gvir and Daniel Weiss so they could create settlements throughout the West Bank, hence dividing the West Bank even more. So the other day, about 100 settlers basically raided somebody's land and they were killing Palestinians. One of the guys, he ended up pulling the weapon from him and he ended up killing two of the settlers, I believe. They ended up they shot him, he walked away, then they executed him by the street, you know. And then you had Benjamin Netanyahu saying, "Oh, me and my wife Sarah, we want to give our condolences because these Jews were on a hike or some bullshit like that." And there's clear evidence that they literally raided the Palestinians in their land with weapons. And now it's beyond me how now you have actual evidential proof through camera that, and they'll still say, "Oh, that's not what you're seeing." So when it comes to that point, it really pisses me off. And then they try to use the numbers game, right? Oh, well, you're acting like it's systemic. There's only 1% of them are rogue settlers. But nobody ever addresses the fact that the Palestinian Authority does not defend the people getting attacked. They pulled every Palestinian's weapon in the West Bank. Ben Gvir gave every Israeli weapons. And then they say it's only 1% of settlers, right? 1% of 700,000 people is, I believe, 7,000, right?
Mhm.
So that would mean that you'd have 1,400 settlers that are armed in the land that could underlie any Palestinian at any time. So doesn't it make sense that this is absolutely wrong, or they try to justify it to make sure, like, throw it under the rug? So, anyways, that's something I wanted to discuss, and I didn't know if you have an actual opinion about it. I talked a lot.
No, yeah, I don't know. I don't know. It's a good question, man. I don't know. Um, yeah, I think I don't the problem is I don't know how it goes forward. I don't know how things like change. I think that there was a huge moment. I think the problem is really Trump and Bibi, and those they're just so toxic to one another. And I don't see. I mean, the amount of settlements and settlers that have increased since 2023 is vast, and they are flooding people into that area, and I think there I don't I don't I think Trump getting elected was the worst possible road forward, compared to Kamala Harris, and I'm really disappointed that, people who cared about this issue didn't, like, see that there was 2 sides that were obviously way different, and the outcomes would been vastly different if Kamala Harris, would have been elected. You know, we have a lot of people still saying that for whatever reason that, somehow it would have been the same, that Kamala Harris would have been the same for, this region compared to Trump, which is, I think, insanely wrong. And, um, yeah, I think that, other than Bibi losing the election or Trump losing, you know, getting out of power, I don't see, um, I don't see things changing, man. I thought that Kamala Harris was at least talking about, Palestinian liberation and independence in a way that I don't think that we had ever heard of since Bill Clinton and, the Arafat Accords. So yeah, I don't know, man. It's really sad.
Yeah, no, you're right. I don't. I think that Kamala Harris, maybe the people that lobbied or
Mm,
whoever tries to manipulate in the background, even if they tried to push her to do things, I don't think she could have been as bold as Trump was. So therefore, I don't think she'd have as much of a success level. But listening to somebody like you that actually isn't, it seems like there's just no hatred in you. And the problem, and that's why I was actually interested in your channel when I saw it. I said, okay, well, there's something new, somebody that looks intellectual and that is not right there trying to create problems, right? So definitely appreciate it, man. I followed you,
thank
and
you.
you're a very nice person. I didn't even know you were on this app.
Oh,
So
cool. Thanks, man. Thank
yeah.
you. I mean,
So
what do you think? I
uh,
mean, when I talk about this issue, I always think like, I mean, Palestinians deserve the right to have a sovereign nation, right? I really do, like, solely believe that, and, liberated, free lives where they can, you know, choose their path forward. And I feel like, the only way to do that is really to recognize that, like, Israel is a sovereign nation, and I do feel like having, a two-state solution makes the most sense to in my brain, or even, um, the original UN declaration where, like, Jerusalem's a third internationally ran, spot because of that mound that has the declaration of three different religions now. That's the Holy Land. So having, shared kind of custody of that space makes the most sense to me. But, but as the decades have worn on, in the last 20 years, basically the support of a two-state solution is just decreased more and more and more, to the point that even like internationally, even like the global Jewry doesn't even support like a two-state solution now, majority. So I guess like how do you kind of what are you hoping for? What are you like looking at? What's like what do you think should be the goal of like which is me included, like trying to help these people live free and liberated lives.
so there's a couple of things that I see it as, right? So
Mhm,
some people say two-state solution will never happen. Israelis say never after October 7th, right?
mhm,
But if you actually have to look at the events that take place, whether it's in Gaza or whether it's in the West Bank, and it kind of lets you know a little bit of what's been happening in history. The oppression is just like never before, okay?
yeah,
But if they were to have a two-state solution, I really think that it would have to have an external mediator between the two entities that would have a solid hold.
agreed.
Because if, first of all, we can obviously be clear that the Palestinian Authority has absolutely no say in anything. They don't defend their people, and they are literally the ones that, when Israel calls for any Palestinian in the West Bank, they will pull them and surrender them to the Israelis. So
Hmm.
technically, they are puppets to Israel. So we
Agreed.
don't actually have a government where somebody says, um, the Palestinians don't have a government where somebody says, well, they should take care of their own. Because if the only way to take care of your own is as individuals, and is if individuals do anything on their own, they are considered rogue terrorists, right?
Yeah.
So now there's already an idea for them to say, okay, well, look at the terrorists. Now, if they end up doing that, they need to respect each other's sovereign villages, let's say, for example. Just
Mhm.
like the United States of America, we have Indian reservations, and 10% of the land in America is accumulated for the Indians, right?
Mhm.
Um, so the problem in the West Bank is that there's a lot of villages, and one thing that people must understand is that there's a culture, right? And
Yeah.
culturally, they have been accustomed to their culture for so long, they wouldn't want to water down their culture. So what I mean is, if there is actual city areas, they could say, okay, this would be a shared place, but the villages are for the residents who were initially there. And I think that it could happen, but now what they'd have to do is change their whole system of law, because obviously you see that they have military detentions for the Palestinians
Yeah.
in Israel. And these are the same places they'll throw any 13, 14-year-old in, have them there without due process. They get diseases. So
Mhm.
so many things happen where even the justice system has to be in place without any bias. So for example, what they say, the T word, right? Oh, a Palestinian did a T word. What
Mhm.
do? They go after everybody. They demolish, they destroy. No,
Exactly. Yeah.
we need to do this individually, because you are broadening it, you are generalizing, therefore you're able to label a whole of a people rather than these individuals, just like the United States of America. See,
Mhm.
when they claim that they're a democracy over there, but they're not operating with the same level as the US, it shows you that they're absolutely not a democracy, but a dictatorship.
Hmm.
And then they watered down the idea of what apartheid is, because every time somebody's complaining about what's happening, they always refer back to, oh, there's a ton of Arabs in Israel. But
Yeah.
we're not talking about the oppression that's in Israel. That's a separate factor. And those people can't speak out loud, they don't have the freedom of speech. But the
Mm.
fact that the world is blind to the Palestinians in the West Bank and Gaza is disgusting to me. And when you mention that that there's Christians there, they
Yeah.
say, "Oh, you're just trying to point at the Christians to deflect." But that's not the truth. I had a conversation with a person, a lady, Christian, in front of the church where Jesus Christ was born. You have to go under the ground,
Mm.
and I was asking her, "Who's oppressing you?" She literally sat there for an hour telling me how Israel's oppressing them. So the media does not deliver the truth. Each and every day, they don't deliver the truth. And somebody like me, born in America, I
Mhm.
never thought to myself what color is, who this guy is, what religion this guy is. Just wanted to live in the principle of good. And then all of a sudden, within overnight, the media exposes how awful they are. It just turned my world upside down. And I think it did
Mm.
to a lot of people. So, anyways, so that's the way I'm looking at it. If it was a one state, same thing. It would have to have an outside entity that will be the mediator and make sure that they control the law. Because if you have Israel doing it, they haven't been doing a good job. And then if you look, I want you to look online.
Mhm.
Look at these kids. You're going to see 13-year-old settler kids
Yeah.
attacking Palestinians, pushing them, and the anger and evil in their face tells you 100% that they are indoctrinated. Then, at the
Mhm.
same token, find me any Palestinian kid, 13 years old, doing that to the Jews. You won't find it. And the very same thing they do to the Palestinians, they say the Palestinians do to them via media. So now that's a killer. I'm sorry. Now you can respond. I
No.
apologize. I just didn't want.
No. No. Thank you. No, I think that that's yeah. I mean I agree with you. Yeah. I think that the third party mediator is the only way. I don't think I could see um I don't think I could see it in any way. I don't know. It's just there's such a high Yeah, and then it's just like what lines do you go back to? What do you I that's just like that is the wildest part. I mean, that's why these settlements are so nefarious and that's why they're doing it as much as they can, right? That's why the rapid increase is happening right now because they're trying to stake claims and stuff as much as they can. Um yeah, it's
Yeah, well,
go ahead.
excuse me, I'm sorry. So
Go
you
for it.
have these settlers, right? They're
Mhm.
armed. They're armed.
Yeah.
Well, I don't care if it's 1% or 5%. 1% is enough to take out a whole of the people. Okay. Now, when you have that 1%, they are going through the land, then you have the IDF right behind them, backing them in every step or move they make.
Mhm.
Doesn't that tell you that that's systemic and planned? And they are literally sent out to claim lands that is not theirs. Just last night, they burned all of my uncle's machines for his construction company. $2 million. They went in the middle of the night and lit everything up.
Wow.
You know, who's responsible for that? Is the Palestinian Authority going to get their loser asses up and go and arrest these people? And
Yeah.
and so this is the thing. They're destroying lives,
Mhm.
and you just see the complete hatred on where it's going, and then how people just have demonized Islam to a point where it doesn't matter. Like, for instance, Facebook, some lady, white lady that you just consider a normal lady,
Mhm.
she saw somebody say that the guy that pulled the gun from the settlers that were killing his people was a hero, and she says, "Oh, I know you support terrorism." And I asked her, why would you say that to him? Is it because of his name?" And she said, "Yes." I said, "Tells me everything I need to know about you." What I'm
Mm.
saying is the people today, they have learned to be absolute racists. Now, if you go into their normal average life, you'd say, well, these are great people. But deep inside, they have a void, and they've lost the ability to reason with society
Mhm.
because they've been taught to hate. And it's very hard for me, and I could put my life on the fact that I have no racism in me, that I love everybody, and it could be proven. But it's here
Mhm.
and there, and it's like, how do you live around people that just hate you because of your name or your religion? You know what I mean? So
Mhm.
that's my feeling, or my what I wanted to express. But yeah,
Yeah. It's tough, man. I mean, it's tough. It I, yeah, it's sad. I think it's sad that there's no resolve to it that seems in sight. I mean, it really makes me sad too, um, like, there's so many people that wanna and I think that it's the conflict with Israel and Palestine shows, like, a humanitarian side of these, um, I don't know, these wars and these civil wars and, these genocides, and you can see it all throughout the Middle East too. You know, it's not just that. Um It's in Syria, it's also in Africa right now too, is Sudan. The civil war that's happening in Africa, in South Sudan's causing another genocide of 1.3 million people, the majority like women and children. I feel like there's so many conflicts that are happening all throughout, and I just I don't know. I don't know what in my opinion, it kind of shows the importance of USAID and these type of like soft power like relationships, especially in Sudan, where it was just us and uh, Qatar that was like helping try to give some humanitarian relief to those people, and now there's USAID's cut, and now it's done. So now we're getting no relief to those people at all, and I, uh, yeah, I guess it's just it's numbing. I don't know. It's really sad.
yeah. Okay, so about America. So
Mhm.
I'm trying to understand everything, right? Because I'm not too good at politics, but I'm
Mhm.
trying to understand. So, for example, you own a corporation, right? And you built a company, and you have 100,000 employees. And then all of a sudden you look and then the founder's name has been replaced, the CEO, the CFO, all of these positions have been replaced.
Mhm.
Is it still your company or is it a completely new owned company for somebody else if all that was to happen? And the operations was controlled by these new people. Who controls the company? You or the new people?
Yeah, I'd say the new people.
Right. So, what is the difference when our Congress has been bought and sold by Israel, by APAC, when we
Mhm.
have Congress, when we have the Senate, and they're all bought, and the President of the United States is doing exactly what they want? And then we have more Israeli flags in the U.S. than we have American flags. It's like this country is no longer the U.S. And it's something that really doesn't make sense to me that people in America are so much more focused on pointing their fingers at Muslims. They could do that forever until they realize everything they know will be stripped from beneath them. And unless I'm completely wrong on how I'm analyzing this, this is where I see America going. The very patriots that are arguing in the wrong direction are going to
Mhm.
realize everything is gone within due time. Am I wrong to make that statement, or is it clear?
I I think so APAC has undue influence in American politics at the local level. So that's where they spend most of their money. So basically, in congressional elections, they look at small races that they think that they can flip, that and they basically pour a ton of money into those congressional seats and against people that were like critical of or not seen as supporting Palestinian rights as much as they would want, or sorry, APAC, Israeli rights. Um, so that's where a lot of it goes from. They're not as much as like donating and buying the presidency, I would say, or because that's just the amount of money in the presidential race was like $1.5 billion. It's like an insane amount of money. So that's kind of how they go through it. And I mean, they do have a lot of politicians in the United States, the majority that do like support the existence of the state of Israel. But I do think that the Democratic Party in a lot of polls and stuff, you can see now a lot of people are supporting Palestinian rights, and so I think that the tide is kind of like changing on that one. Um, I don't think that they like own the government. I don't think Israel like owns the government or anything like
What do
that.
you think about merging the military intelligence?
I think that's very weird. One of the weirder ones for me was like the Department of Homeland Security Twitter accounts when they actually activated it, and so when you could see who actually like created the Twitter accounts, the Department of Homeland Security Twitter account was actually made in Israel, which was wild to me. Then they guess what? They actually turned that off. They turned it off for the governmental, like, accounts. So that was really shocking. Um, but yeah, I mean, them sharing intelligence, I guess, isn't as surprising to me, I guess. I don't know. There's so many countries in the back channels that are like sharing intelligence that I'm not that surprised.
All of this is scary because it makes me wonder where are we in 10 years, and
Hmm.
it's just listening to certain things that people say, because we need to listen. There's a lot of people that seem like they're a little bit more in deep with the government. They
Hmm.
say things like the God of Israel, you know, and
Hmm.
if you go against the God of Israel, your empire will fall, and they're directing this language towards the United States.
Hmm.
And it's kind of like saying, we will destroy your economy. We will leave you to the dust. And when I think about that, I start to think, how? What's going
Yeah.
to happen? You know? And so, what do we do as a nation to prepare for such a thing? And I think it's the people that don't believe it the most that are going to get harmed the most. And the
Hmm.
people that had it in the back of their mind, like something bad is going to happen. Like, let's go back to beginning of COVID. You have Mark Zuckerberg and all of these elitists building bunkers way down under the ground. Why? Why was that information coming out? And so it
Yeah.
tells you, am I being a conspiracy theorist, or why are they building bunkers that is built for Armageddon? So do you know about that stuff? What I'm telling you about?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, he has some like compound in Hawaii and stuff, Zuckerberg and stuff like that. I think, bro, honestly, I think billionaires just have so much money that they're like looking at places to spend it, and that's just a reassurance of like why not kind of thing. I think it's like it's incredibly nefarious and insane how much money that they have. That's honestly, and they're looking at like $500 million yachts and stuff now, and now a bunker is like cheap comparatively. I think that's honestly what's happening. Um, but but yeah, man, I think um, I don't know. I mean, I think like there's um it's sad. I think it is sad. I think it's a situation that isn't going to get resolved. I think that there's a lot of people. Um, I think like Saudi Arabia and those type of um, nations almost like I don't know. It seems like they almost benefit from having Palestinian um, strife and exploitation happen because they can kind of like sit back and stay out of it, meanwhile making all these economic moves, while kind of like staying away from it. Um, and that's the thing that really bothers me. I I I I think that the United States shouldn't be involved in that region. Like I haven't supported the Afghanistan war, the Iraq war, this Iran war. I don't support our funding of Israel. Um, so it's
Yeah.
it's really sad. It's just the trillions of dollars that we have spent in that region for no benefit. And
But the
meanwhile,
perfect, but the
go
money
for it.
you just spent, I'm sorry, you
Go for it.
just reminded me.
Yeah, yeah.
The trillions of dollars. So when these APAC fucks, right, they
Mhm.
go ahead and they lobby, and then all that money gets sent to Israel, right?
Mhm.
So okay, these people that are giving money, they spend a little bit, but then they get it all back. But who's the ones that are paying for it? Us, the taxpayers, the very same people that are pointing at each other, that are saying, look Muslim or look Christian or look Jew.
Mhm.
It's like you're all Americans. Like we're so interested in talking shit about Mamdani, but we're not paying attention to the fact that we are going to implode. And when we do, it's going to be the people that are not making much money that are going to die because of inflation and everything that's going on. And America's not going to come and save us. So unless you're filthy rich or you have a ton of money to back yourself up when that happens, you shouldn't be standing up for the oppressor. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like, uh,
Oh, what?
oh, what did I do?
Oh my gosh, you got that's crazy, man. You got a community guidelines check. I'm so sorry, bro. Dude, thank you so
That's right. I'm
much.
gonna drop. Thank you
Thank you
so
so much
much.
for being on here, man. I appreciate you.
You're
Please
fun.
please
Appreciate it.
come back. Please be a member, a community member here. I really appreciate your words, and it was really nice talking to you, man.
100%. Sorry, I must have said one
Yeah,
word.
bro,
I
it's
apologize.
no, do nothing different. If when you come back, it's all good, man. I'm totally fine. Don't worry about it.
Thanks, doctor.
Thank
Take
you, man.
care.
Have a good one.
You too.
Oh man, dude, I hate when that stuff happens. It's like we're having a good conversation. It's some like stupid. Thank you for coming up, bro. It's so ridiculous. For saying we didn't even say anything crazy. That's wild, man. That's a fucking wild. All right, everyone. It's so ridiculous. We're not beating the the allegations, guys. That is so wild, dude. I didn't hear anything wild. I didn't hear anything wild either. Financial collapse is inevitable. I mean, I think you'd think so. I mean, you'd think so at this point. I mean, I think Marx would be shocked at just how well capitalism has not imploded despite all of these huge boom and busts. You know, I that's the crazy thing to me is like I don't understand how I don't understand how uh I don't understand how it is either. But here we go. We just keep going. You know. So that's it's wild, man. All right, dude, I can't believe the having a good conversation and then hate that stuff. Hate it. I hate it so much. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, when AI bubble pops, it's gonna get real bad. Yeah, yeah. Oh, thank you, Mara. Thank you. Appreciate you. Um. All right, guys. Well, I wanted to. That was a really good conversation. That was awesome. Thank you for coming up, bro. I appreciate you. Um. All right. Well, thank you for coming up, dude. Yeah. Thanks again, dude. Really appreciate you. Mara on the clouds, everyone. Thank you, man. Thank you. Appreciate you. Sarlinka, what's up? How's it going? Someone read me a bedtime story. I have anxiety. Whoa, that's a cool one. Thank you. Thank you for the gift. Let me see. I have I got my jury summons. I give me my jury summons for you. I could it's like, you know, that's I couldn't believe that. I can't believe that. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen. Dude, I have I mean you're NB, I don't think that you're gonna get an arrest warrant if you don't show up for jury duty. I think it's just kind of like I don't think that you're gonna get an arrest warrant. I don't think it's that bad. Okay. Yeah. So anyway. Allegedly. Let's do something. All right. You guys want to do we did politics the last 2 nights. I got some cool I got the presidential tier list coming out, guys. Some places can arrest you if you don't show up to jury duty. Really? You weren't joking. That's wild. That is wild. I don't know a trial yet. That they tell you when you do it. They will arrest you. Wow. Okay. All right. Dang. Okay. Okay. Um All right. Ladies and gentlemen.
Now let's welcome our debaters, Mr. Bill Nye and Mr. Ken Ham.
Ladies. Let's see. Ladies and gentlemen, let's look at a debate together. The infamous, okay, absolutely legendary debate of Bill Nye debating Ken Ham on, I think it's like Coca-Cola versus Pepsi. I think that's what they do. They really get into it. The real, or is it something probably evolution or creationism? I think that's what they're probably gonna do. Let's take a look, guys. Okay, fit check. What are you doing? Fit check. What are you doing, Ken Ham? What are you doing? He is wearing a suit jacket with suit pants, but they're matching. They're not matching. What and how that's illegal. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that is definitely illegal. If you're wearing a blazer, like I'm wearing a blazer right now, and I have a mismatch in my pants, okay, I'm not wearing the same. That's okay because I'm wearing a blazer. It's meant to do that. Suits, you're literally supposed to be matching. That's the whole point. Okay. So the idea that he's just up here with an oversized suit jacket and on top of that mismatched, is he dressing himself? What is wrong with this guy? I am wearing pants. Thanks, Hazel. Yes, I am wearing pants. But it looks like Ken Ham is not wearing pants, which is awful. Dude, Bill Nye looking really dapper. I love it. Really fitted. You could tell it's really fitted in his shoulders. He looks good. He's wearing his patent his tie, and you can tell that his tie is self-tied. How can you distinguish a nice blazer from a suit jacket? You really can't. Sometimes it goes to show just kind of like what the material is. That usually is the big thing. So yeah, that's the big thing.
We had a coin toss earlier to determine who would go first of these two men. The only thing missing was Joe Namath in a fur coat, but it went very well. Mr. Ham won the coin toss, and he opted to speak first. But first, let me tell you a little bit about both of these gentlemen. Mr. Nye's website describes him as a scientist, engineer, comedian, author, and inventor. Mr. Nye.
And also, see how his tie, how it doesn't look perfect? See how his tie doesn't look flat? Like his tie is asymmetrical. There's some volume to it. You know, that's how you wear a tie. All right. That's how you wear a tie. Do not wear one of those pre-tied bow ties. Please do not do that. You look like an absolute buffoonery. Like, just don't wear a bow tie. If you're gonna wear one of those super flat pre-tied bow ties, just don't wear a bow tie. You're not into it. You know what I mean? You're not about that life. Okay. So he's actually tying his own bow ties. He actually looks good tying it. Okay. That's a big thing.
As you may know, produced a number of award-winning TV shows, including the program he became so well known for, Bill Nye, the Science Guy.
Oh, is that him? Oh, I thought that Bill Nye.
On the Science Guy show, Mr. Nye won 7 National Emmy Awards for writing, performing, and producing. The show won 18 Emmys in 5 years. In between creating the shows, he wrote 5 kids' books about science, including his latest title, Bill Nye's Great Big Book of Tiny Germs. Bill Nye is the host of 3 television series. His program, The 100 Greatest Discoveries, airs on the Science Channel. The Eyes of Nye airs on PBS stations across the country. He frequently appears on interview programs to discuss a variety of science topics. Mr. Nye serves as executive director of the Planetary Society, the world's largest space interest group. He is a graduate of Cornell with a Bachelor's of Science degree in mechanical engineering.
He's an engineer, guys. Nobody's perfect. You know what I mean? It's okay. I'm just kidding. I kid the engineers.
Mr. Ken Ham is the president and co-founder of Answers in Genesis, a Bible-defending organization that upholds the authority of the scriptures from the very first verse. Mr. Ham is the man behind popular high-tech creation museum where we're holding this debate. The museum has had 2
high-tech creation museum. What an oxymoron. How does that even make any sense, dude?
million visitors in 6 years and has attracted much of the world's media. The Answers in Genesis website is well trafficked with 2 million visitors alone last month. Mr. Ham is also a best-selling author, a much-in-demand speaker, and the host of a daily radio feature carried on 700-plus stations. This is his second public debate on evolution and creation. The first was at Harvard in the 1990s. Mr. Ham is a native of Australia. He earned a bachelor's degree in applied science with an emphasis in environmental biology from the Queensland Institute of Technology, as well as a diploma of education at the University of Queensland in Brisbane, Australia. And now, Mr. Ham, you opted to go first, so you will be first with your 5-minute opening statement.
God did it. Here's my opening statement, everyone. God did it. And you just got to have faith. We don't have any evidence for anything. God did it, and you just got to have faith. Boom, done. All right, we'll react. We'll just skip forward here. Well,
good evening.
Don't need to listen to this
not
part.
Everyone watching this debate.
Debate topic: is creation a viable model of origins in today's modern scientific era? Is creation a viable model? There is no model. There is nothing that they model. A model is something that's very, oh man, that's really triggering. Modeling has there has to be some type of mechanism of some type of way of showing that it happened, not just like it happened. Like that's not a model, because you can't apply that model to other things because it's already happened and it's already frozen in time because God did it. So it literally can't be a model. Oh my God. I'm already crashing out.
Necessarily agree with what I have to say, but I'm an Aussie and live over here in America, and they tell me I have an accent, and so it doesn't matter what I say. Some people tell me we just like you hear saying it. So I hope you enjoy me saying it anyway. Well, the debate topic is this: is creation a viable model of origins in today's modern scientific era? You know, when this was first announced on the internet, there are lots of statements like this one from the Richard Dawkins Foundation: scientists should not debate creationists, period. And this one from one of the Discovery.com websites: should scientists debate creationists? You know, right here I believe there's a gross misrepresentation in our culture. We're seeing people in being indoctrinated to believe that creationists can't be scientists. I believe it's all a part of secularists hijacking the word science. I want you to meet a modern-day scientist who is a biblical creationist.
My name is Stuart Burgess. I'm a professor of engineering design at Bristol University in the UK. My name is Stuart Burgess. I'm a professor of engineering design at Bristol University in the UK. I have published over 130 scientific papers on the science of design in engineering and biological systems. From my research work, I have found that the scientific evidence fully supports creationism as the best explanation to origins. I've also designed major parts of spacecraft launched by ESA and NASA.
So here's a biblical creationist who's a scientist who's also an inventor. And I want young people to understand that. You know, the problem, I believe, is this.
Okay, let's look it up. Let's look him up. Let's look him up. Here we go. Stuart Burgess. Does anything that he has, none of his papers, the most cited papers, they don't include anything in regards to this. Look at this. There is no biblical reducing waste, repair, recondition, remanufacture, or recycle. What does that have to do with his ideas of creationism? Current hydroelectric powertrain architectures, applying empirical design data to life cycle assessment and whole life cost analysis. Like what? Sorry, I mean, what is the creationism that he's saying, that he's citing in order to make that? Multi-model locomotion from animal to application. So like, what was that whole point? What was he talking about? Like, all his publications don't have anything to do what he was talking about. He is very highly cited, you know? I mean, he does have a lot of citations in him. That is cool. That is sweet. but not like he made it seem like he's literally publishing articles based off of creationism, and that's just not true. And he only has 24 articles, and six articles plus 24. So 30 peer-reviewed publications, which is still a lot. But the idea that he had over 100 or 300 articles, like peer-reviewed, that wasn't true. He's lying. The guy just straight up lied. Man, we're not off to a good start, ladies and gentlemen. We're not off to a good start. Oh, man.
Define terms correctly. We need to define creation, evolution in regard to origins, and we need to define science. And in this opening statement, I want to concentrate on dealing with the word science. I believe the word science has been hijacked by secularists. Now, what is science? Well, the origin of the word comes from the classical Latin scientia, which means to know. And if you look up a dictionary, it'll say science means state of knowing, knowledge. But there's different types of knowledge, and I believe this is where the confusion lies. There's experimental or observational science, as we call it. That's using the scientific method, observation, measurement, experiment, testing. That's what produces our technology, computers, spacecraft, jet planes, smoke detectors, looking at DNA, antibiotics, medicines and vaccines. You see, all scientists, whether creationists or evolutionists, actually have the same...
Wait, what? That was... Craig Venner just came out of nowhere. What was that?
All scientists, whether creationists or evolutionists, actually...
Why would Craig Venner just get randomly put in? Craig Venner, one of the first researchers to sequence the human genome. Okay, what did that? That was just out of nowhere. What was that? What was that about?
Have the same observational or experimental science. And it doesn't matter whether you're a creationist or an evolutionist, you can be a great scientist. For instance, here's an atheist who is a great scientist, Craig Venter, one of the first researchers to sequence the human genome. Okay. Or Dr. Raymond Damadian. He is a man who invented the MRI scanner and revolutionized medicine. He's a biblical creationist. But I want us to also understand molecules to man evolution belief has nothing to do with developing technology. You see, when we're talking about origins, we're talking about the past. We're talking about our origins. We weren't there. You can't observe that, whether it's molecules to man evolution or whether it's a creation account. When you're talking about the past, we like to call that origins or historical science, knowledge concerning the past. Here at the Creation Museum, we make no apology about the fact that our origins or historical science actually is based upon the biblical account of origins. Now,
and that's the thing, that's the problem. There you go. I mean, like, science is indifferent of the conclusion, right? That's the big thing that people don't understand. Like, would Answers in Genesis ever publish something that didn't conclude that God was necessary or something? You know what I mean? Like, no. I mean, but any type of hypothesis can be falsified or proven false through empirical reasoning and data and inquiry, and that's the whole point of what science is. So having just like the conclusion in mind and working backwards, like, that isn't science. That just isn't what it is.
Now, when you research science textbooks being used in public schools, what we found is this. By and large, the origins or historical science is based upon man's ideas about the past, for instance, the ideas of Darwin. And our research has found that public schools...
Guys, nobody, it's really important, nobody actually, like any evolutionary, like, papers nowadays aren't citing, like, origin of species. like, you know what I mean? Like, nobody's actually doing that. Like, it's something that happened, but all the evidence that people have for evolution is contemporary, right? We're building off of modern knowledge. We're not, like, going to origin of species in order to make the arguments, you know?
Textbooks are using the same word science for observational science and historical science. They arbitrarily define science as naturalism and outlaw the supernatural. They present molecules to man evolution as fact. They are imposing, I believe, the religion of naturalism or atheism on generations of students. You see, I assert that the word science has been hijacked by secularists in teaching evolution to force the religion of naturalism on generations of kids. Secular evolutionists teach that all life developed by natural processes from some primordial form, that man is just an evolved animal, which has great bearing on how we view life and death. For instance, as Bill states...
It's very hard to accept for many of us that when you die, it's over.
But you see, the Bible gives a totally different account of origins, of who we are, where we came from, the meaning of life. and our future. That through one man sin entered the world, and death through sin, but that God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, whoever believes in him should not perish and have everlasting life. So, is creation a viable model?
Yeah, but like you just said, and you did something that, and that was you said something without proving anything, or just right there. That's not scientific. That whole story that you somehow just came to the conclusion of without testing it and showing that it happened, like that's not science, bro. I mean, it's so weird that he's trying to wrap it and trying to couch it in like, I'm a real scientist. This is what real science is, and it can include the Bible. I'm totally okay if someone is like, hey, like Michelle said, like, I believe in God, and he just used science as or evolution to do so. That this is fine. I think that you can't. That's totally okay if science or evolution is the tool that the creator used the world to make. Then that make okay, whatever. But this whole idea of like actually the real science is this thing. I don't doesn't make any sense. Like he's trying to wrap creationism is also science, and it's not. It just isn't. Don't lie to people.
Of origins in today's modern scientific era, I say the creation evolution debate is a conflict between two philosophical worldviews based on two different accounts of origins or science beliefs, and creation is the only viable model of historical science confirmed by observational science in today's modern scientific era.
Just not.
And that is time. I have the unenviable job of being the timekeeper here. So I'm like the referee in football that you don't like. But I will periodically, if either one of our debaters runs over on anything, I will stop them in the name of keeping it fair for all. Mr. Ham, thank you for your comments. Now it's Mr. Nye's turn for a 5-minute opening statement. Mr. Nye.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here. I very much appreciate you including me in your facility here. Now, looking around the room, I think I see just one bow tie. Is that right? Just one. I'm telling you, once you try. Oh, yes, two. That's great. I started wearing bow ties when I was young in high school. My father showed me, his father showed him. And there's a story associated with this, which I find remarkable. My grandfather was in the Rotary, and he attended a convention in Philadelphia. And even in those days, at the turn of the last century, people rented tuxedos. And the tuxedo came with a bow tie, untied bow tie. So he didn't know how to tie it, so wasn't sure what to do, but he just took a chance. He went to the hotel room next door, knocked on the door, excuse me, can you help me tie my tie? And the guy said, sure, lie down on the bed.
Okay.
So,
bro,
my grandfather, I mean, he wanted to have the tie on, wasn't sure what he was getting into, so he is said to have lain on the bed, and the guy tied a perfect bow tie knot, and quite reasonably, my grandfather said, thank you. Why'd I have to lie down on the bed? The guy said, I'm an undertaker. Really the only way I know how to do it. Now, that story was presented to me as a true story. It may or may not be. But it gives you something to think about, and it's certainly something to remember. So here tonight, we're going to have two stories, and we can compare Mr. Ham's story to the story from what I will call the outside, from mainstream science. The question tonight is, does Ken Ham's creation model hold up? Is it viable? So let me ask you all, what would you be doing if you weren't here tonight? That's right, you'd be home watching CSI. CSI Petersburg. Is that coming? I think it's coming. And on CSI, there is no distinction made between historical science and observational science. These are constructs unique to Mr. Ham. We don't normally have these anywhere in the world except here.
It's so true. Like, I think that that's a good point. In order to play the game that Ken Ham and other creationists want to play, they have to create these. It's called apologetics. The way that they can couch their beliefs in a specific way, in a specific manner that makes it viable, that makes it unique, that makes it make sense. And I think that's a good point. I mean, the idea that the only way for us to know anything is if we were there. I mean, how could we have any, like, why even have the police? Why even have murder investigations? You know what I mean? Like, well, are you there? Like, well, no, I'm not. I'm never going to be. So I agree, like, with this framing. It's good. Um, would you ever host debates? I mean, for me as the moderator, no. I think that'd be like really boring. I've tried to do that with like panels and stuff, and I don't like doing that. So, yeah, I guess I'm too narcissistic. I don't know. I have to be involved. I have to be involved.
Natural laws that applied in the past apply now. That's why they're natural laws. That's why we embrace them. That's how we made all these discoveries that enabled all this remarkable technology. So CSI is a fictional show, but it's based absolutely on real people doing real work. When you go to a crime scene and find evidence, you have clues about the past. And you trust those clues, and you embrace them, and you move forward to convict somebody. Now, Mr. Ham and his followers have this remarkable view of a worldwide flood that somehow influenced everything that we observe in nature. A 500-foot wooden boat, 8 zookeepers for 14,000 individual animals, every land plant in the world underwater for a full year. I ask us all, is that really reasonable? You'll hear a lot about the Grand Canyon, I imagine, also, which is a remarkable place, and it has fossils. And the fossils in the Grand Canyon are found in layers. There is not a single place in the Grand Canyon where the fossils of one type of animal cross over into the fossils of another. In other words, when there was a big flood on the earth, you would expect drowning animals to swim up to a higher level. Not any one of them did, not a single one. If you could find evidence of that, my friends, you could change the world. Now, I just want to remind us all, there are billions of people in the world who are deeply religious, who get enriched, who have a wonderful sense of community from their religion. They worship together, they eat together, they live in their communities and enjoy each other company. Billions of people, but these same people do not embrace the extraordinary view that the earth is somehow only 6,000 years old. That is unique. And here's my concern. What keeps the United States ahead, what makes the United States a world leader, is our technology, our new ideas, our innovations. If we continue to eschew science, eschew the process, and try to divide science into observational science and historic science, we are not going to move forward. We will not embrace natural laws. We will not make discoveries. We will not invent and innovate and stay ahead. So if you ask me if Ken Ham's career...
Wow, guys, that'd be crazy. Can you imagine an entire administration not eschewing science and not respecting our place in the world and budget cutting it? This is in 2014, ladies and gentlemen. The before time, the BT. Wow. Yeah, the nice years of Obama. That was I remember those years. Oh man, it's wild. Yeah, but we didn't listen. We didn't listen, Bill. We didn't listen.
Model is viable. I say no. It is absolutely not viable. So stay with us over the next period, and you can compare my evidence to his. Thank you all very much.
All right. Very nice start by both of our debaters here. And now each one will offer a...
I mean, so like, I kind of like, I don't know. I know this is like the classical like way of combating, creationism and all that kind of stuff. I just think it's really boring. I don't know. I think that you just like, you're giving a story and you're like, my story is better than his story, even like in how he's framing this. But it's like, we have to have more. It's more than a story. Evolution is more than a story. It's a technology. It's how we understand the world. It's how we have predictive qualities too. So, like, it's just frustrating to me when I feel like his intro is kind of like downplaying the knowledge and the technology that's capable from having predictive capabilities of science. Like the way that we understand the world allows us to have predictive qualities on that. And you don't get that with 6,000-year-old creationism. You just don't. There is no technology that's created from that. There's no new knowledge that's created from that. There's no ability to help us combat the measles outbreak right now. We don't have that. It's just it's a joke, man. Like I hate how people like argue these points. I think that it needs to be like way. I think that's why I have like my own style in doing this. Even yeah, but anyway, this is a little frustrating for me, but whatever, it's okay.
30-minute illustrated presentation to fully
30 minutes
their
each
case for us to consider. Mr. Ham, you're on.
Oh, wait. Oh my gosh. So that was the rough intro, and now we're gonna have a 30-minute intro. Oh my gosh. That's Whoa. Oh my God. 30 minutes each?
Well, the debate topic was, is creation a viable model of origins in today's modern scientific era? And I made this statement at the end of my opening statement. Creation is the only viable model of historical science confirmed by observational science in today's modern scientific era. And I said, what we need to be doing is actually defining our terms, and particularly three terms: science, creation, and evolution. Now, I discussed the meaning of the word science and what is meant by experimental or observational science briefly, and that both creationists and evolutionists can be great scientists, for instance. I mentioned Craig Venter.
He's going to rehash the same
he's an
thing?
atheist,
He just
and
went
he's a
through
great
this.
Scientist. He was one of the first researchers to sequence the human genome. I also mentioned Dr. Raymond Damadian.
He's just redoing his first 5-minute intro. What is this? This is awful.
Who actually invented the MRI scanner. I want you to meet a biblical creationist who is a scientist and inventor.
Hi, my name is Dr. Raymond Damadian. I am a young Earth creation scientist and believe that God created the world in 6 24-hour days, just as recorded in the book of Genesis. By God's grace and the devoted prayers of my godly mother-in-law, I invented the MRI scanner in 1969. The idea that scientists who believe the Earth is 6,000 years old cannot do real science is simply wrong.
Okay, bro, like nobody's saying that you can't do science. The problem is that you're not using the knowledge you have from young Earth creationism to impact your scientific discoveries. That's what we're saying. We're saying that you aren't using the Bible in your invention of the MRI scanner. You're not using Psalms 23 in order to, do this. Like you're using actual physical, natural principles that were developed with the scientific method, bro. That's the whole point. You're bifurcating your brain, which is fine, and how you would have to result this. But just because you can bifurcate your brain into science and creationism doesn't mean that one confirms the other. Like, come on, man.
Just adamant about that. And actually, he revolutionized medicine. He's a biblical creationist.
Oh, my God.
And I encourage children to follow people like that and make them their heroes. Let me introduce you to another biblical creation scientist.
My name is Danny Faulkner. I received my PhD in astronomy from Indiana University. For 26 and a half years, I was professor at the University of South Carolina, Lancaster, where I hold the rank of Distinguished Professor Emeritus. Upon my retirement from the university in January of 2013, I joined the research staff at Answers in Genesis. I'm a stellar astronomer. That means my primary interest is stars, but I'm particularly interested in the study of eclipsing binary stars. And I've published many articles in the astronomy literature.
What about non-binary stars? Huh? How about them? How about non-binary stars? No. Just saying. Just
Places
saying.
such as the Astrophysical Journal, the Astronomical Journal, and the Observatory. There is nothing in observational astronomy that contradicts a recent creation.
I also mentioned Dr. Stuart Burgess, professor of design, engineering design.
Bro, you can literally see wavelengths and observe wavelengths that are over 6,000 years old. Like you can literally see wavelengths. That's wild. That is so wild. I mean, he literally has just like a blind spot. Like, imagine just being an astronomer that's just doesn't actually use astronomy. Like, I don't know how to say. That's wild.
Bristol University in England. Now, he invented, designed a double-action worm gear set for the 3 hinges.
And how is he not a flat earther? So wait, he's a flat earther that's sending things into space? I'm so confused. I'm so confused.
Of the robotic arm on a very expensive satellite. And if that had not worked, if that gear set had not worked, that whole satellite would have been useless. Yet Dr. Burgess is a biblical creationist who believes just as I believe. Now, think about this for a moment. Are scientists like Dr. Burgess who believe in creation, just as I do, a small minority in the science?
He's not a flat earther, but I'm just curious. How is he not a flat earther? Like, how does he not believe in the firmament and all that kind of stuff? Like, how, like, but he believes that the Bible's wrong on that one. Like, I'm just confused. I don't know.
Scientific world. But let's see what he says about scientists believing in creation.
I find that many of my colleagues in academia are sympathetic to the creationist viewpoint, including biologists. However, they are often afraid to speak out because of the criticisms they would get from the media and atheist lobby.
I agree, that's a real problem today. We need to have freedom to be able to speak on these topics. You know, I just want to say, by the way, that non-Christian scientists, I should say, non-Christian scientists are really borrowing from the Christian worldview anyway to carry out their experimental or observational science. Think about it. When they're doing observational science using the scientific method, they have to assume the laws of logic, they have to assume the laws of nature, they have to assume the uniformity of nature. I mean, think about it. If the universe came about by natural processes, where'd the laws of logic come from? Did they just pop into existence? Are we in a stage now where we only have half logic? So you see, I have a
question. But like, where did the laws of God come from then? I don't, like, where did those come from?
Question for Bill Nye. How do you account for the laws of logic and the laws of nature from a naturalistic worldview that excludes the existence of God? Now, in my opening statement, I also discussed a different type of science or knowledge, origins or historical science. See, again, there's a confusion here, there's a misunderstanding here. People, by and large, have not been taught to look at what you believe about the past as different to what you're observing in the present. You don't observe the past directly. Even when you think about the creation account, I mean, we can't observe God creating, we can't observe the creation of Adam and Eve. We admit that. We're willing to admit our beliefs about the past. But see, what you see in the present is very different. Even some public school textbooks, actually, well, they sort of acknowledge the difference between historical and observational science. Here is an earth science textbook.
Look at the timeline. It literally starts with vertebra. Like, there's no, like, vertebrae, like, is where, like, the start of Animalia, like, starts. There's no microbial evolution. There's nothing here. It's just Earth, and then straight into, like, amphibians and fish, and it's like, it's straight to things that with a vertebra. Like, it's like, it doesn't, wow.
Difference between historical and observational science. Here is an earth science textbook that's used in public schools, and we read this. In contrast to physical geology, the aim of historical geology is to understand Earth's long history. And then they make the statement, historical geology, so we're talking about historical science, tries to establish a timeline of the vast number of physical and biological changes that have occurred in the past. We study physical geology before historical geology because we first must understand how Earth works before we try to unravel its past. In other words, we observe things in the present and then, okay, we're assuming that that's always happened in the past and we're going to try and figure out how this happened. See, there is a difference between what you observe and what happened in the past.
Yeah, but okay, but we can't observe God making the world in 6 days in the present. And God is literally sleeping in your own, like, thing. God is asleep, or God is resting. So, like, in what way could you can't even observe anything in today's world? That I'm so confused how he doesn't actually, like, what is he talking about here?
Let me illustrate it this way. If Bill Nye and I went to the Grand Canyon, we could agree that that's a Coconino sandstone in the Hermit Shale, and there's the boundary. They're sitting one on top of the other. We could agree on that. But do you know what we would disagree on? I mean, we could even analyse the minerals and agree on that. But we would disagree on how long it took to get there. But see, none of us saw the sandstone or the shale being laid down. There's a supposed 10 million year gap there, but I don't see a gap. But that might be different to what Bill Nye would see. But see, there's a difference between what you actually observe directly and then your interpretation in regard to the past. When I was at the Goddard Space Centre a number of years ago, I met creationists and evolutionists who were both working on the Hubble telescope. They agreed on how to build a Hubble telescope. You know what they disagreed on? Well, they disagreed on how to interpret
Earth is flat.
the data the telescope obtained in regard to the age of the universe. And, you know, we could go on and talk about lots of other similar sorts of things. For instance, I've heard Bill Nye talk about how a smoke detector works using the radioactive element americium. And you know what? I totally agree with him on that. We agree how it works. We agree how radioactivity enables that to work. But if you're then going to use radioactive elements and talk about the age of the Earth, you've got a problem because you weren't there. We've got to understand parent elements, daughter elements, and so on. We could agree whether you're creationist or evolution.
We can observe the decay happening right now. We can observe the decay right now and do experiments to show that it's happening right now.
On the technology to put the rover on Mars, but we're going to disagree on how to interpret the origin of Mars. I mean, there are some people that believe there was even a global flood on Mars and there's no liquid water on Mars. But
wait, wait. So the flood was intergalactic. Is that what the idea is? That there was a flood on Mars at the same time? That the God was flooding Earth and Mars? Why not Venus too at the same time? Just like a whole flood through the solar system, like just water. The whole universe was just all swollen up. Just like what? Earth was floating. Yeah, exactly. It's like Mars too. Mars, everything was just is a little. The sun, where was the sun? Like what was happening with the sun at the time? I was just like, what? Never heard of that.
We're going to disagree maybe on our interpretation of origins, and you can't prove either way because, not from an observational science perspective, because we've only got the present. Creationists and evolutionists both work on medicines and vaccines. You see, it doesn't matter whether you're creationist.
Look at that. Look at that. See, guys? See? You can do... There you go. There you go.
Or an evolutionist, all scientists have the same experimental or observational science. So I have a question for Bill Nye. Can you name one piece of technology that could only have been developed starting with a belief in molecules to man evolution? Now,
that could only have been the molecules to man evolution. I mean, I would argue that, like, let's see. Yeah, I mean, yes, like insulin. So, like insulin, for example. So the idea that DNA is inherently switchable and changeable from, you could run human DNA inside of bacteria, for example, and you can create human insulin inside of a bacteria that has to have some shared common ancestry, like between them, right? There has to be. So, and by the way, you can look at that. Yeah, that's what I would argue. I mean, there has to be some way to link those together.
Developed starting with a belief in molecules to man evolution. Now, here's another important fact. Creationists and evolutionists all have the same evidence. Bill Nye and I have the same Grand Canyon. We don't disagree on that. We will have the same fish fossil. This is one from the Creation Museum. The same dinosaur skeletons, the same animals, the same humans, the same DNA, the same radioactive decay elements that we see. We have the same universe. Actually, we all have the same evidences.
Oh, look at that. This is pre-AI slop, dude. This is what a freaking Oh my God, this is 2014, so this is pre-AI. Artists spent time doing that, man. That is sad. Evolution evidences. Oh my gosh.
It's not the
Canada.
evidences that are different. It's a battle over the same evidence in regard to how we interpret the past. And you know why that is? Because it's really a battle over worldviews and starting point.
But God, this is the thing. See how it's all historical in his mind. This is why it's so important. This is why my approach is so different, because it's just future perspectives. That I think that's the only way that we combat this. It's like, okay, using your creation of God's word, how do you use that in order to stop the next flu outbreak? Like, what's the next step using your model of how you understand the world? What can we use from that? I think that's the only way to actually combat this, to show like one is anti-science and one's not, and how dangerous the anti-science view of this is. You're overthinking that. Insulin, the creationist types don't care about that. They want to hear a point from presuppositional framework that justifies their worldview. Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
It's a battle over philosophical worldviews and starting points, but the same evidence. Now, I admit my starting point is that God is the ultimate authority. But if someone doesn't accept that, then man has to be the ultimate authority. And that's really the difference when it comes down to it. You see, I've been emphasizing the difference between historical origin science, knowledge about the past when you weren't there, and we need to understand that we weren't there, or experimental or observational science, using your five senses in the present, the scientific method, what you can directly observe, test, repeat.
But you can't do any of that with any of the things that he is testing. That's what's so frustrating. He's like, these are the bounds that you have, but they apply nothing to my worldview. So we have no experimental or observational science whatsoever that we can do on creationism whatsoever. But these are your bounds, and these are your limitations.
There's a big difference between those two. And that's not what's being taught in our public schools, and that's why kids aren't being taught to think critically and correctly about the origins issue. But it's also important to understand, when talking about creation evolution, both involve historical science and observational science. You see, the role of observational science is this: it can be used to confirm or otherwise one's historical science based on one's starting point. Now, when you think about the debate topic and what I affirmed concerning creation, if our origins or historical science based on the Bible's account of origins is true, then there should be predictions from this that we can test using observational science, and there are. For instance, based on the Bible, we'd expect to find evidence confirming an intelligence produced life. We'd expect to find evidence confirming after their kind. The Bible says God made kinds of animals and plants after their kind, implying each kind produces its own, not that one kind changes into another. You'd expect to find evidence confirming a global flood of Noah's day, evidence confirming one race of humans, because we all go back to Adam and Eve. Biologically, that would mean there's one race. Evidence confirming the Tower of Babel, that God gave different languages. Evidence confirming a young universe. Now, I can't go through all of those, but a couple of them we'll
none of this
look at
makes...
briefly. After their kind, evidence confirming that. In the Creation Museum, we have a display featuring replicas, actually, of Darwin's finches. They're called Darwin's finches. Darwin collected finches from the Galapagos and took them back to...
Here we go. Although often viewed as an icon of evolution, Darwin's finches serve as a perfect model of variation within a created kind. In Genesis 1:21, we learn that God created, quote, every winged bird according to its kind. Scientists who studied created kinds, well, they're called baraminologists. What the moly? Have determined that kind is likely equivalent to the family level. All of Darwin's finches belong to the same family and therefore likely belong to the same created kind. I mean, I don't, yeah, it's Darwin's Finches is a way to show, and you can. It's really frustrating is that it shows, and people look at this and they're like, oh my god, they just see 3 birds, and they're like, oh my god, they look so similar. But like as a molecular biologist, I'm like thinking about, okay, can we look at the DNA, and we can look at like variations of the beak size specifically based off of gene alleles and allele frequencies over time, and we can actually absolutely look at the mechanism that caused this, and then you can see through other molecular clocks how they're different and how they created these phylogenetic trees and differentiation over time. So this idea of like, oh, I mean, they're just 3 birds, like what are you talking about? It's like, well, what is stopping these finches from continuing to evolve separately to be completely different in 100,000 years or 1,000,000 years into completely different looking birds? Nothing. So that's what's so frustrating.
England, and we see the different species, the different beak sizes here.
What's interesting, if creationists believe that dinosaurs evolved into avians, I could give more credibility to the Bible, which describes the order in which animals existed, but birds, avians being first. Yeah, I mean, basically birds are dinosaurs, which is pretty wild. But if they don't believe in evolution, they have to explain how birds could be before anything else. Yeah, exactly, man. It's very weird.
Here. And from the specimens that Darwin obtained in the Galapagos, he actually pondered these things and how do you explain this? And in his notes, actually, he came up with this diagram here, a tree. And he actually said, I think. So he was talking about different species, and maybe those species came from some common ancestor. Actually, when it comes to finches, we actually would agree as creationists that different finch species came from a common ancestor, but a finch is what they would have to come from. But you see, Darwin wasn't just thinking about species. Darwin had a much bigger picture in mind. When you look at The Origin of Species and read that book, you'll find he made this statement.
Oh my God.
From such low and intermediate form, both animals and plants may have been developed, and if we admit this, we must likewise admit that all organic beings which have ever lived on this earth may be descended from some one primordial form. So he had...
So are they thinking, when they quote this, is he thinking all organic beings? He didn't say the inorganic beings, which is God. They slam dunk. Darwin basically said that God exists, the supernatural beings. Jaboom! Like, what is this?
On this earth may be descended from some one primordial form. So he had in mind what we today know as an evolutionary tree of life, that all life has arisen from some primordial form. Now, when you consider the classification system, kingdom, phylum, class, order, family, genus, species, we would say as creationists, and we have many creation scientists who've researched this, and for lots of reasons, I would say the kind in Genesis 1 really is more at the family level of classification. For instance, there's one dog kind, there's one cat kind, even though you have different genera, different species. That would mean, by the way, you didn't need anywhere near the number of animals on the ark as people think. You wouldn't need all the species of dogs, just 2, not all the species of cats.
You wouldn't need all species of dogs, you would just need 2. So there was evolution after the flood then. He just said it. He said that there was evolution after the flood. All of the created dog species evolved after the flood. That's what he was saying. That there's two dogs, and then now they're all related to one another. So you could I mean, if that was true, you just basically have a genetic bottleneck event that would be so severe, and you could basically sequence the genomes, and we would know exactly how many generations there were between those two and what these are. Like, you would have so much genetic evidence that there was, this is like so incontrovertible. There would be so much evidence of this. Yeah, exactly, Divine. And extremely rapid evolution too. That's what they don't understand. Like, so not only are there like every single, so from those 2 dogs came every single other dog, but then also those 2 dogs had every single virus that was specific to dogs. So like they had rabies basically. Like, so not only did those dogs exist, but they had worms, they had rabies, they had all these different canine parasites. They had to have them, guys. They had to have them. They didn't evolve afterwards, right? What? What, how else could they be? Dogs came from wolves, but that's not what he's saying. He's saying that the cats and the dogs were already there. So that's, I don't know. I don't know. Let's see, guys.
That's just two. And you see, based on the biblical account there in Genesis 1, creationists have drawn up what they believe is a creation.
Dude, Ruben, this is how did the fresh and saltwater fish survive, bro? And how did all the billions of species of microbes, like there's like 10 million species of algae that we know of. So like how did that all get survive? Do you know what I mean? Like think about that. How did they all survive? Like he had cultures of all the different types of microbes, and that was in the ark. Like what? Like think about that. That's so wild, dude. Like come on.
Orchard. In other words, they're saying, look, there's great variation in the genetics of dogs and finches and so on. And so over time, particularly after Noah's flood, you'd expect if there were two dogs, for instance,
oh my God,
you could end up with different species of dogs because there's an incredible amount of variability in the genes of any creature. And so you'd expect these different species up here, but there's limits. Dogs will always be dogs, finches will always be finches. Now, as a creationist, I maintain that observational science actually confirms this model based on the Bible. For instance,
how surprising.
Dogs, okay, in a scientific paper dated January.
Bro, like this is dogs are such a bad example. Dogs are such a bad example because they're dogs, guys. Dogs are they're not from natural selection. They're from human selection. All the variation that you see between basically every single dog species is from human selection, right? They aren't from natural selection. So it's just, if anything, it actually shows how powerful little changes of DNA are in order to give such a big variation in phenotypic elasticity. It shows how strong evolution can be and how strong selective pressures can be if you have those selection that happening. It's incredible, but they don't see it like that, obviously.
2014, that's this year, scientists working at the University of California stated this.
That's me.
We provide several lines of evidence supporting a single origin for dogs and disfavoring alternative models in which dog lineages arise separately from geographically distinct wolf populations. And they put this diagram in the paper. By the way, that diagram is very, very similar to this.
Oh my God, I hate this. I hate that they're stealing this. That's so wild, man. That's so nefarious.
Diagram that creationists propose based upon the creation account in Genesis. In other words, you have a common dog ancestor that gives rise to the different species of dogs, and that's exactly what we're saying here. Now, in the Creation Museum, we actually show the finches here, and you can see the finches with their different beaks beside dog skulls, different species of dogs. By the way, there's more variation in the dog skulls here than there are in these finches. Yet the dogs, well, that's never used as an example of evolution, but the finches are, particularly in the public school textbooks. Students are taught, see the changes that are occurring here? And here's another problem that
because the changes from the dog skull is from human selection. It's not from natural selection. What? Like what? It's not evolution with natural selection. It's evolution through human selection. It's really not that hard to think about, dude. Look at him having a chihuahua in with the wolf and show like wild, dude. Like this is so evil.
We've got, not only has the word science been hijacked by secularists, I believe the word evolution has been hijacked by secularists. The word evolution has been hijacked using what I call a bait and switch. Let me explain to you. The word evolution is being used in public school textbooks, and we often see it in documentaries and so on. It's used for observable changes that we would agree with, and then used for unobservable changes, such as molecules to man.
Wait, what? Like, imagine after the discovery of DNA, not having DNA in your evolution answer. Like, that's wild, dude. That is crazy. But again, like, the word evolution is used for observable changes and then used for unobservable changes. Like, what is he talking about? That's wild, dude. Like, what?
Agree with, and then used for unobservable changes, such as molecules to man. Let me explain to you what's really going on, because I was a science teacher in the public schools, and I know what the students were taught, and I check the public school textbooks anyway to know what they're taught. See, students are taught today, look, there's all these different animals, plants, but they're all part of this great big tree of life that goes back to some primordial form. And look, we see changes in finches, changes in dogs, and so on. Now, we don't deny the changes. You see that. You see different species of finches, different species of dogs, but then they put it all together in this evolutionary tree, but that's what you don't observe. You don't observe that. That's belief there. That's their historical science that I would say was wrong. But you know what you do observe different species of dogs, different species of finches, but then there are limits, and you don't see one kind changing into another. Actually, we're told that if you teach creation in the public schools, that's teaching religion. If you teach evolution, that's science. And I'm going to say, wait a minute. Actually, the creation model here, based upon the Bible, observational science confirms this. This is what you observe. You don't observe this tree. Actually, it's the public school textbooks that are teaching a belief, imposing it on students, and they need to...
We do see it. We see it, and we observe this tree through phylogenetics and DNA sequencing. Like the evolutionary tree through morphology and zoology and all these other like sciences for other times. Think about that. That was all tested completely de novo, like with a completely new method through sequencing, right? Like, DNA wasn't known about when we had these rough drafts of what the tree of life looked like. And then DNA comes in, and guess what? It just maps on like near perfectly to exactly what we thought. Like, that is like, think about that. Like, we actually missed some. There's actually more species than we even knew about, because there's called cryptic species that look identical, but they're actually genetically distinct. Think about killer whales and orcas, by the way. We tested this. We do test this. It has been tested. Hey, F1. Hey, Dr. Jace, how's it going? This is so frustrating.
To be teaching them observational science to understand the reality of what's happening. Now, what we found is that public school textbooks present the evolutionary tree as science, but reject the creation orchard as religion.
Because it's not. It hasn't been tested.
Science confirms.
It hasn't been tested and confirmed. It hasn't been tested and confirmed through an independent observational study. Like, it just isn't. People are just like, the Bible says it is, and then that's why it is. That's why. It's not science. Like, that's fine that people believe it, and if it doesn't harm people, but it isn't science. Why would you teach in a science class?
The creation orchard. So public school textbooks are rejecting observational science and imposing a naturalistic religion on students. The word evolution has been hijacked using a bait and switch to indoctrinate students to accept evolutionary belief as observational science. Let me introduce you to another scientist, Richard Lenski, Michigan State University. He's a great scientist. He's known for culturing E. coli in the lab. And he found there were some E. coli that actually seemed to develop the ability to grow on substrate, on citrate in substrate. But Richard Lenski is here mentioned in this book, and it's called Evolution in the Lab. So the ability to grow on citrate is said to be evolution. And there are those that say, hey, this is against the creationists. For instance, Jerry Coyne from University of Chicago says, Lenski's experiment is also yet another poke in the eye for anti-evolutionists. He says the thing I like most is that it says you can get these complex traits evolving by a combination of unlikely events. But is it a poke in the eye for anti-evolutionists? Is it really seeing complex traits evolving? What does it mean that some of these bacteria are able to grow on citrate? Let me introduce you to another biblical creationist who is a scientist.
Hi, my name is Dr. Andrew Fabich. I got my PhD from the University of Oklahoma in microbiology. I teach at Liberty University, and I do research on E. coli in the intestine. I've published in secular journals from the American Society for Microbiology, including infection immunity and applied environmental microbiology, as well as several others. My work has been cited even the past year in the journals Nature, Science Translational Medicine, Public Library of Science, Public Library of Science Genetics. It's cited regularly in those journals. And while I was taught nothing but evolution, I don't accept that position, and I do my research from a creation perspective. When I look at the evidence that people cite of E. coli supposedly evolving over 30 years, over 30,000 generations in the lab, and people say that it is now able to grow on citrate, I don't deny that it grows on citrate, but it's not any kind of new information. The information's already there, and it's just a switch that gets turned on and off, and that's what they reported in there. There's nothing new.
It was the ability for it to grow aerobically literally is something new. That literally is that is new, dude. I'm sorry, you're wrong. So again, these guys always say like, "Oh man, well, I'm a baller. I'm using my creationism, and I'm publishing anyway." This is one of these guys. His thing, Andrew Fabich, right there. None of this is citing the Bible or citing citing creationism whatsoever. Again, so like in order to actually make their scientific claims, they aren't actually respiration of Escherichia coli and mouse intestine. They're using, you know what I mean? If he doesn't believe that that's how it is, then give us a better explanation through your belief system then. Like these are his publications. He doesn't have a Google Scholar thing, by the way. Very, very weird. I don't know how that's. I'm sorry if you're getting like published in Nature and Science and you don't have a Google Scholar profile, bro. Doubt. I'm sorry. I very much doubt you, bro. I'm sorry. Like, come on, bro. Like, come on, man. Like, by the way, like here's me. Like, you put your name and it's like, there's this guy. Look at that. There it is. Cited by 1100. Right? There it is. So people like the idea that it's just these guys. The fact that he doesn't have this is very weird. It's very weird. But there it is. There it is, I guess. I don't know. Whatever.
See, students need to be told what's really going on here. Certainly.
How do you know he doesn't have one? It's basically you can just tell, man. You can just tell. So you just go to his thing right here. When you go to his like right here, you can't click his link. There you can't click his you can't click the name right here. So it's very weird. So again, like he's publishing an ASM, which is cool. I mean, ASM, he only has 3 peer-reviewed publications that are first author. Like, which is like, I mean, that's cool. I mean, that's not nothing, you know. But I mean, he's not being. I mean, he's basically he's getting claims. He's claiming that his stuff is being cited by other. He's basically saying like, I didn't publish in Nature, but someone who published in Nature cited my work. which is kind of a weird. I mean, okay, that's cool, but none of his publications show anything that's like, oh my god, he knows so much more than we thought. It's I don't know, dude. He's not like an impressive research scientist or anything. Not like I am either. I'm not a incredibly distinct or impressive research scientist either. But thank you, Bobby. So I don't know, man.
There's change, but it's not change necessary for molecules to man. Now, we could look at other predictions. What about evidence confirming one race? Well, when we look at the human population, we see lots of differences. But based on Darwin's ideas of human evolution as presented in The Descent of Man, I mean, Darwin did teach in The Descent of Man there are lower races and higher races. Would you believe that back in the 1900s, one of the most popular biology textbooks used in the public schools in America taught this? At the present time, there exist upon Earth 5 races, or varieties of man, and finally the highest type of all, the Caucasians, represented by the civilized white inhabitants of Europe and America. Can you imagine if that was in the public schools today? And yet, that's what was taught, but it was based on Darwin's ideas that are wrong. You have a wrong foundation, you're going to have a wrong worldview. Now, had they started from the Bible and from the creation account in the Bible, what does it teach?
Is he publishing under a different name? I don't know. I mean, maybe he would have to be. I don't think so. Yeah, that's the only thing I think of. Yeah, exactly. The ability to grow on citrate is evidence of its evolving. The only thing that he might be thinking about is the aerobic metabolism of citrate was it as an insertion inside of another promoter. So that's what they're trying to say. It's evidence of a genomic shuffling event. It's not of, an actual, de novo mutation over time event, which is ridiculous, by the way. That's how evolution works, dude. The idea that you have genome recombination that leads to new combinations of, open reading frames and coding sequences to create new types of proteins, and like that's the whole idea. Hello, guys. That's how evolution works, guys. That's what it is. That's why genetic diversity is very important. That's why it's crucial. Hello. Exactly, Dr. Jace. Yeah, exactly. Genomic recombination is evolution. Ask viruses. Tell viruses that genomic recombination isn't important. Tell the Omicron SARS-CoV-2 variant that it doesn't mean anything. It's like, bro, exactly. God, it's just these people aren't serious, man. They're not serious. They're just lying. And this idea of biblical view of of what this is, Adam and Eve. Like, think about this. I mean, based, by the way, Adam and Eve, literally a trans woman. I mean, I think we don't give them enough credit that like men are, like, all of humans are I don't know, based, Eve is a trans woman. I appreciate that. You know what I mean? We should make more of a thing about that. Thank you. But very weird. Adam and Eve, and then sons and daughters. Where are those sons and daughters coming from, y'all? What's going on there? It's like, and then Noah and the sons. Again, like, bro, if this was true, you would have, like, the genetics. It would be so apparent, you guys. Like, these type of genetic bottlenecks events would be so apparent. Like, you would know. You would absolutely know from the genomes.
Well, we're all descendants of Adam and Eve. We go through the Tower of Babel, different languages, so different people groups formed.
It's Ray Hazel. Where did the blonde chick come from? What is that? Yeah, where'd that come from? Oh my gosh.
Distinct characteristics, but we'd say, you know what, that means there's biologically only one race of humans. Well, I mentioned Dr. Venter before, and he was a researcher with the Human Genome Project, and you'll remember in the year 2000, this was headline news, and what we read was this: they had put together a draft of the entire sequence of the human genome and unanimously declared there is only one race, the human race. Wow, who would have guessed? But you see, there we have observational science confirming the creation account, not confirming at all Darwin's ideas. Now, there's much more that could be said on each of these topics. Obviously, you can't do that in a short time like this, and you could do a lot more research. I suggest you visit our website at Answers and
Evidence, predictions based on the Bible. Okay, evidence confirming an intelligence-produced life. How? But wait. That's just Adam and Eve, though. So wouldn't there be intelligence produced? Like, isn't there other things that are intelligence other than humans too? So wouldn't they have been created outside of Adam and Eve? Evidence confirming after their kind. Again, we have way more evidence than that. I don't know, Dr. Jace. I don't have any keyword filters on, so I don't know. Evidence confirming a global flood. I mean, that is so laughable, man. I mean, Sarah, I'm sorry, but if people actually believe in a global flood, that is like some real brain rot. I'm sorry. Evidence confirming one race. Okay. Evidence confirming the Tower of Babel. I don't even know what the Tower of Babel is, to be honest with you. Oh my gosh. What's the evidence? Yes, exactly. What is the evidence? Right? What is the evidence?
Genesis for a lot more information. So, the debate topic is creation a viable model of origins in today's scientific era. I said we need to define the terms, and particularly the term science and the term evolution. And I believe we need to understand how they're being used to impose an anti-God religion on generations of unsuspecting students.
I hate this too, my dude. I hate the idea that they use anti-God religion here. The idea that like religious people are calling science a religion, it really blows my mind, because it's like they're projecting their insecurities, right? They always talk about that, like, oh, you just have faith. You know, all you're doing is you just have faith. And you're like, wait, I thought faith was a virtue. I thought it was a good thing. I thought religion was a good thing and all of a sudden now it's not. And it's like, oh yeah, it's because a religious person is literally taking their own insecurities and like pushing it on other people. It's just ridiculous, bro. Like, I'm sorry, like it but it's not a religion, because we aren't we don't require anything supernatural in order to explain what we're talking about. It just isn't a religion. I'm sorry. It's so frustrating that they throw this at science as if it's a bad thing, when they espouse the same rhetoric. They espouse the same views.
Used to impose an anti-God religion on generations of unsuspecting students. You see, I keep emphasizing we do need to understand the difference between experimental or observational science and historical science. And you know what? The secularists don't like me doing this, because they don't want to admit that there's a belief aspect to what they're saying. And there is, and they can't get away from it. Let me illustrate this with a statement from Bill Nye.
That you can show the Earth is not flat. You can show the Earth is not 10,000 years old.
By the way, I agree. You can show the Earth is not flat. There's a video from the Galileo spacecraft showing the Earth, and speeded up, of course, but spinning. You can see it's a sphere.
Oh, look at that guy.
You can observe that. You can't observe the age of the Earth. You don't.
Wait, how does he, so then, man, they're just so, it's God, it's such a cheat code just to be able to like, yeah, I believe in some of the Bible, but not the other part of the Bible. Like, what about the firmament, man? What about all that kind of stuff? What about, it's just wild.
See that. You see, again, I emphasize there's a big difference between historical science, talking about the past, and observational science, talking about the present. And I believe what's happening is this, that students are being indoctrinated by the confusion of terms. The hijacking of the word science and the hijacking of the word evolution.
Bro, there is not a firmament, Ruben. What the fuck, dude? Come on. Jesus Christ, Ruben. Do not, no. There is not a firmament. There is no flat earth, bro. Jesus Christ.
In a bait
Ruben.
and switch. Let me illustrate further with this video clip, because here I assert that Bill Nye is equating observational science with historical science, and I also say it's not a mystery when you understand the difference.
Apparently, people with these deeply held religious beliefs, they embrace that whole literal interpretation of the Bible as written in English. as a worldview, and at the same time, they accept aspirin, antibiotic drugs, airplanes, but they're able to hold these two worldviews. And this is a mystery.
Actually, I suggest to you it's not a mystery. You see, when I'm talking about antibiotics, aspirin, smoke detectors, jet planes, that's Ken Ham, the observational science bloke.
Oh my God.
I'm an Australian. We call guys blokes, okay? But when you're talking about creation in thousands of years or the age of the Earth, that's Ken Ham, the historical science bloke. I'm willing to admit that. Now,
Dude, this this is actually amazing, dude. We can't even tell them about this. You know what I mean? We can't tell them about parthenogenesis. Because it is so funny that yes, it is. We can't say that. Parthenogenesis is basically the idea that you can, and it happens, and it does happen in nature. Basically, an organism can be so stressed that it copies its X chromosome a second time and basically clonally propagates. So there's actually like all female lizards, for example, and we've actually seen parthenogenesis in sharks. So it actually is possible. So it is wild. Bro, it's holding our oxygen in space. What's keeping it within the atmosphere? Gravity, dude. Gravity. What are you talking about? What's keeping the oxygen in our atmosphere? Bro, there's no ice wall in the sky, dude. Come on, dude. Come on, bro.
when Bill Nye's talking about aspirin, antibiotics, jet planes, smoke detectors, he does a great job at that. I used to enjoy watching him on TV too. That's Bill Nye, the observational science guy. But when he's talking about evolution of millions of years, I'm challenging him that that's Bill Nye, the historical science guy, and I challenge the evolutionists to admit the belief aspects of their particular worldview. Now, at the Creation Museum, we're only too willing to admit our beliefs based upon the Bible, but we also teach people the difference between beliefs and what one can actually observe and experiment with in the present. I believe we're teaching people to think critically and to think in the right terms about science. I believe it's the creationists that should be educating the kids out there, because we're teaching them the right way to think. You know, we admit our origins of historical science is based upon the Bible, but I'm just challenging evolutionists to admit the belief aspects of evolution and be upfront about the difference here. As I said, I'm only too willing to admit my historical science based on the Bible. And let me further go on and define the term creation as we use it. By creation, we mean, here at Answers in Genesis and the Creation Museum, we mean the account based on the Bible. Yes, I take Genesis as literal history, as Jesus did. And here at the Creation Museum, we walk people through that history. We walk them through creation, a perfect creation. God made Adam and Eve, land animal kind, sea creatures, and so on. And then
not algae,
sin and death entered
not algae, not microbes, not bacteria, not yeast, nothing like that.
World, so there was no death before sin.
Oh, that's convenient. That's nice. Nothing
means, how can you have billions of dead things before man sinned? And then the catastrophe of Noah's flood.
I love how like the first like 20 minutes of this thing was all just like, you gotta have strict evidence in order to have every claim. You gotta make sure that you're there. You gotta make sure everything is there. Your observation versus thing. And then all of a sudden we're just like, yeah, and then like everything lived forever until people were mad at each other and God was mad because the thing happened. And then guess what? Now we have this whole so actually there's a lot of things that we didn't know, you know. like bro, what are you talking about? What happened to the whole observational thing? Like what is this? Like there's no okay, so we're just no evidence now. We're in the no evidence claims portion of the atmosphere, the presentation now. Like what?
If there was a global flood, you'd expect to find billions of dead things buried in rock layers laid down by water all over the earth. Had to say that because a lot of our supporters would want me to. And
what's his slam dunk evidence of the flood being real?
All over the earth. Had to say global flood, you'd expect to find billions of dead things buried in rock layers laid down by water all over the earth.
Wow. That's it, guys. That's it. You just if there was a flood, you would expect You'd expect buried things. Checkmate. Gotcha.
Had to say that because a lot of our supporters would want me to. And what do you find? Billions of dead things buried in rock layers laid down by water all over the earth.
Checkmate.
Confusion, the Tower of Babel. God gave different languages, so you get different people groups. So this is the geological, astronomical, anthropological, biological history as recorded in the Bible. So this is concerning what happened in the past that explains the present. And then, of course, that God's Son stepped into history to be Jesus Christ, the God-man, to die on the cross, be raised from the dead. And one day it's going.
Well, what happened to the observational thing again? Sorry. Excuse me. I was just taking notes. I really liked what you were saying about the observational aspect of having to confirm everything. I just wanted to make sure we're still on that same. Was that you? Did I have a stroke? Are we still in the same presentation? I'm so confused why you're just jumping around now. Now we're just listing like wishes as opposed to like where I wanted to see one more time. Could you rewind to the original? Could the other Ken Ham come back that was talking about observational science? And then how did that? Oh man, I'm so confused.
Going to be a new heavens and a new earth to come. And, you know, not only is this an understanding of history to explain the geology, biology, astronomy,
Cross.
and so on to
I love that. Look at this. Christ, cross. Christ, cross. Boom. 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 Consummation. What was the consummation? What happened to Jesus when he died on the cross? What the fuck? Guys, what happened to Jesus after he died on the cross? What was the consummation? What's going on there? That's gross, dude. That's gross. That's so gross, man. Leave him alone. Leave the body alone, bro. That is so ugh.
Is this an understanding of history to explain the geology, biology, astronomy, and so on to connect the present to the past, but it's also a foundation for our whole worldview. For instance, in Matthew 19, when Jesus was asked about marriage, he said, "Have you not read? He which made the beginning made them male and female," and said for this cause...
Excuse me. That's trans female. Okay? That's not, there aren't any females. We have trans women. Excuse me. Okay? That was my rib. Okay? That was male DNA. And we have trans women. Okay? Don't reject their reality.
"Shall a man leave his father and mother and be joined to his wife, and they'll be one flesh." He quoted from Genesis as literal history, Genesis 1 and 2. God invented marriage, by the way. That's where marriage comes from. And it's to be a man and a woman.
Like just imagine you're an albatross and you've been monogamous for like millennia, and like other organisms have like monogamy and stuff, and then all of a sudden this random organism comes up and they're like, "I actually invented staying with the same mating partner for life. I just want to let you know." It's like albatross is like, "What? What did you say? What did you invent?"
And not only marriage, ultimately, every single biblical doctrine of theology, directly or indirectly, is founded in Genesis. Why is there sin in the world?
Bro, how many miscarriages did she have? That's true. That's actually a really good question. How many miscarriages did she have? Yeah. Because she with parthenogenesis, like if the X, well, if she has an XY chromosome, exactly, then could she have had YY miscarriages? That's a really good point. Damn. This is actually biblical science, genetics right here, Dr. Jason. I don't think they've ever thought about this before. This is actually a groundbreaking discovery in genetics, Adam and Eve genetics.
Genesis. Why is there death? Genesis. Why do we wear clothes? Genesis. Why did Jesus die on a cross?
I
Genesis.
don't think that ever comes up. I actually have I have an Adam and Eve debate coming up. I'm gonna bring that up. I don't think I've never heard anyone even talk about this, the genetics of Adam and Eve. So I think that's like, because there is, yeah, it would have to be an XY genome from the rib. So, and they cloned it into a person. Like what happens? It has to be Eve has to be XY. She has to be based, dude. Adam base.
It's a very important book. It's foundational to all Christian doctrine. And you see,
what is a woman? I love the idea of God asking Adam, like, what is a woman? And he's like, I don't know. I don't know.
we look at that, what I call the
he's like, God, women are a spectrum. Like I don't know. I don't know.
7 C's of history that we walk people through here at the museum. Think about how it all connects together. A perfect creation, it'll be perfect again in the future. Sin and death entered the world.
Oh.
That's why God's Son died on the cross, and to conquer death and offer a free gift of salvation. The flood of Noah's day, a reminder that the flood was a judgment because of man's wickedness, but at the same time a message of God's grace and salvation, as Noah and his family had to go through a door to be saved, so we need to go through a door to be saved. Jesus Christ said, I am the door, by me if any man enter in, he'll be saved.
Oh my God. Just like, it's just like these pre-rehearsed lines that they go into. It's like a trance that it just come, blah, blah, blah. It just like comes out, and they're just, and they don't even, he's not even engaged with the topic or really looking at anything. He's just spewing just like this word vomit that he's heard 1,000 times. And it's just, and everyone's just like nodding along. Yes, yes, yes. And you're like, can we just slow down?
We make no apology about the fact that what we're on about is this. If you confess with your mouth the Lord Jesus and believe in your heart God has raised him from the dead, you'll be saved. Now,
confess with your mouth. Confess with your mouth, all right? Oh my God. Genesis, here we go. We're reading the Bible. We're reading the Bible, y'all. How many science streams are actually reading the Bible? Okay? Who's doing that? Nobody. Genesis 1:26, international version, New International Version, okay? Not King James. Then God said, and I quote, let us make mankind in our image. Yeah, what let us? Isn't he making mankind? Let us make mankind in our image, in our likeness, so that they may rule over the fish in the sea and the birds in the sky, over the livestock and all the wild animals. So what I don't understand, if mankind is our image and we are 50% microbe, is God a microbe? This is, I will never get an answer to this, and this is a legitimate question. By cell count, does God have a microbiome? I'm serious. What is God's microbiome looking like? Nobody's answered that. Nobody has answered that. I think that God is a bacteria. If God, it would actually make sense that God would be a bacteria. Genuinely, I think that because then, like, God creates his son, which is like his carrier, which is a human, but God's a bacteria. So like he makes his son the carrier of his offspring, which is a bacteria in his gut. Nobody thinks about this, but this is the thing. I'm telling you guys, this God's a microbe. Over the livestock and the wild animals, over the creatures. So God created the mankind in his own image with bacteria. In the image of God, he created them, the microbes. Male and female, he created them. I'm telling you, I think God's a bacteria, guys. I think that makes sense. I'm not trolling. I am not trolling.
As soon as I say that, see, people say, see, if you allow creation in schools, for instance, if you allow students to even hear about it, this is religion. You know, let me illustrate this, talking about a recent battle in Texas over textbooks in the public school. A newspaper report said this: textbook and classroom curriculum battles have long ranged in Texas, pitting creationists, those who see God's hand in the creation of the universe, against academics. Stop right there. Notice, creationists, academics. Creationists can't be academics. Creationists can't be scientists. See, it's the way things are worded out there. It's an
Not fair. It's almost like the persecution complex starts at who their martyr is. I don't know. Just noticing a trend, guys.
Nation that's going on, who worry about religious and political ideology trumping scientific fact. Wait a minute, what do they mean by science? You're talking about what you observe, or you're talking about your beliefs about the past? Now, Kathy Miller is the president of the Texas Freedom Network, and she's vocally spoken out. She's spoken out about this textbook battle there in Texas. And the mission statement of the organisation she's president of says, the Texas Freedom Network advances a mainstream agenda of religious freedom and individual liberties to counter the religious right. Religious freedom, individual liberties. And then she makes this statement.
Yeah.
Science education, what does she mean by science, should be based on mainstream science education, not on personal ideological beliefs of unqualified reviewers. Wait a minute, they want religious liberty and not personal ideological beliefs? I assert this. Public school textbooks are using the same word science for observational and historical science. They arbitrarily define science as naturalism and outlaw the supernatural. They present molecules to man evolution.
And outlaw the supernatural, yes, because you can't scientifically prove that the supernatural exists, dude. Like, what are you doing? It's so wild. Yes, you can't prove the supernatural through science. So why would the supernatural be a part of the scientific curriculum? Yes. And why we don't teach about like unicorns. We don't teach about like leprechauns. What is this? What is this?
Fact, and they're imposing the religion of naturalism on generations of students. They're imposing their ideology on the students, that everything's explained by natural processes. That is a religion. What does she mean by religious liberty? They tolerate their religion.
Oh my God.
See, the battle is really about authority. It's more than just science or evolution or creation. It's about who is the authority in this world, man or God. If you start with naturalism, then what about morals? Who decides right and wrong? Well, it's subjective. Marriage, well, whatever you want it to be. Get rid of old people. I mean, why not? I mean, they're just animals. They're costing us a lot of money. Abortion, get rid of spare cats, get rid of spare kids.
It's so crazy to me. As soon as morals are like in question in their mind, they're like, you can't. First thing they're like, you can't stop me. You can't stop me from loving whoever I want to love. Like, what are you? Whoa, dude, chill. It's kind of like a self-own. You know what I mean? They're like as soon as I can. And we're like, whoa, chill, dude, chill. Yeah, exactly, chill, daddy. Whoa, like, God. Like it's the man is they're talking about the sheep a little bit too much over there. You know what I mean? They're getting real feisty. They're getting real excited over there. You know, God is my shepherd. You know what I mean? It's like, whoa, dude, chill.
We're all animals, but if you start from God's word, there are moral absolutes. God decides right and wrong.
Yeah.
Marriage, one man
course,
and one woman. Sanctity of life. We care for all people. They're made in the image of God.
Moral absolutes. Famously, people who are religious have never done a wrong thing. Famously,
Life begins at fertilization, so abortion is killing a human being.
Wrong. Completely wrong.
We do see the collapse of Christian morality in our culture and increasing moral relativism because generations of kids are
This is what's so frustrating. Like this, they're talking about the collapse of society, and they're talking about here like these insane, these insane like, conclusions that are like you always debate these people, and all of a sudden they're talking about Mao and Stalin and all these type of things. But like in my debates, I can't even talk about vaccines and virological evolution. You know what I mean? I can't even bring those up. Those are too taboo. But I have to explain and defend like the works of Mao or some nonsense like that. And it just they always go so off the rails. But the problem is that their way of understanding the world is so enshrined into our culture and our way of thinking that people just like, oh yeah, of course they're gonna talk about this. Yeah, oh yeah, of course, this makes sense. And you're like, is it
being
fair?
taught the religion of naturalism and that the Bible can't be trusted. And so again, I say, creation is the only viable model of historical science confirmed by observational science in today's modern scientific era. You know what? I'm a science teacher. I want to see kids taught science. I love science. I want to see more Dr. Nemadians in the world. You know, if we teach them the whole universe is a result of natural processes and not designed by a creator God, they might be looking in the wrong places or have the wrong idea when they're looking at the creation in regard to how you develop technology, because if they look on it as just random processes, that could totally influence the way they think. If they understand it was a perfect world marred by sin, that could have a great effect on how they then look for overcoming diseases and problems in the world. I want children to be taught the right foundation, that there's a God who created them, who loves them, who died on the cross for them, and that they're special. They're made in the image of God.
As a bacteria. Oh my gosh, is a bacteria.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Ham. We can applaud Mr. Ham's presentation.
But this is like, I mean, it does suck. Like the problem is that like as scientists, we do have to like step back, and people are so like hands off. Like science is like, oh, we can't be 100% sure that this is happening. We can't be, they'd be very, very meek positions on these issues. So it allows all this space to, give to these religious people. And guess what now? Like they fill it up. They fill the gaps in our like moral absence, you know what I mean? And he goes into all of this nonsense in regards to crime and murder and all this nonsense when we're literally talking about biological evolution. Like you can't win like that. As science communicators, we have to think about how we can be stronger in our words, but then also be scientific when we're talking about that. You know what I mean? Like how can we show that like the evidence for evolution is pretty much absolute? Like we see it everywhere. It's a tool that we use. It's within our grasp and our hands. That's that real, but versus Bill Nye in his intro, he's like, it's a story, and evolution is a story that we tell. And you're like, bro, like you got to be stronger than that. I really, really hope that like Bill Nye is a little bit more like chest out in this 30-minute presentation. Oh my God. I like the Mormon afterlife where I get my own planet. Yes, as a man, you get your own planet and you have God powers on top of that. So people, that's where I would go. Mormonism is my favorite religion for that reason. If I was going to be religious, so you definitely want to be. You definitely want to be Mormon. For sure.
And it did occur to me when you had my old friend Larry King up there, you could have just asked him. He's been around a long time, and he's a smart guy. He could probably answer for all of us. Now, let's all be attentive to Mr. Nye as he gives us his 30-minute presentation.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Ham, I learned something. Thank you. But let's take it back around.
Bill.
To the question at hand. Does Ken Ham's creation model
Sorry, Dr. Jace. Yeah, TikTok's filtering. I mean, sorry, bro. I don't know why. I think also there's we're on YouTube too, if you wanted to hang out there. Whatever you want to do, man. I'm sorry about that. I don't know. I hate the censorship on TikTok.
hold up? Is it viable? So for me, of course, well, take a look. We're here in Kentucky on layer upon layer upon layer of limestone. I stopped at the side of the road today and picked up just a piece of limestone that has a fossil right there. Now, in these many, many layers, in this vicinity of Kentucky, there are coral animals, fossil, zooxanthellae. And when you look at it closely, you can see that they live their entire lives. They lived typically 20 years, sometimes.
Dude, so zooxanthellae are really cool. Endosymbiotic zooxanthellae are actually the animals that live inside of coral reefs. So that, like, when coral bleaching happens, endosymbiotic inside of the coral zooxanthellae leave. So that's what coral bleaching is. So obviously zooxanthellae have been around for a really long time and they fossilize, and that's one of the things we have evidence of. So that's what he's talking about. But yeah, zooxanthellae really cool. And it's a cool word too, that to spelling. It's like ZOOXANTH Zan THELLAE or something like that. It's a cool word.
Times more than that, if the water conditions are correct. And so we are standing on millions of layers of ancient life. How could those animals have lived their entire life and formed these layers in just 4,000 years? There isn't enough time since Mr. Ham's flood for this limestone that we're standing on to have come into existence.
Holy shit, dude. God damn it, Bill. Bro, like, there's literally freeze thaw layers in Antarctica that you can count the winters on, okay? You just, when there's a winter, it freezes, there's a line, okay? It's like tree rings, but it's in ice cores, okay? And you can just count. We literally have ice core samples that you can count 1 to 800,000 on. Like, you can just count the lines and it goes from 1 to 800,000 on it. So we literally have like a number line that in the world that goes to 800,000 and it's a yearly number line. Like, holy moly. Like you're killing me, Bill. You're killing me, brother.
My scientific colleagues go to places like Greenland, the Arctic, they go to Antarctica.
Ice core laboratory, there you go.
Into the ice with hollow drill bits. It's not that extraordinary. Many of you have probably done it yourselves, drilling other things, hole saws to put locks in doors, for example. And we pull out long cylinders of ice, long ice rods. And these are made of snow. And by long tradition, it's called snow ice. And snow ice forms over the winter as snowflakes fall and are crushed down by subsequent layers. They're crushed together and trapping the little bubbles. And the little bubbles must needs be ancient atmosphere. There's nobody running around with a hypodermic needle squirting ancient atmosphere into the bubbles. And we find...
I mean, it's more than that. It's like, how ice forms is a hexagonal shape, right? It's because of the H2O molecule and the little, like it basically has a hexagonal 3D shape that it creates. And at the center of it is a little pocket, a little bubble of atmosphere. That's how it floats. That's how ice floats on water, which is crazy if you think about it. It actually is really interesting because most solids are gonna sink, right, in the liquid of their own form, of their own type, right? They're gonna just sink because it's more dense, but they don't. Ice doesn't. Ice floats because of that little pocket of atmosphere that gets trapped. And then you can look at pollen, so you can see different types of plants that were there. So then you can see what type of atmosphere there was. Also, the CO2. You can do so much from that. It's really, really rad just by those.
Certain of these cylinders to have 680,000 layers.
Yeah.
680,000 snow, winter, summer cycles. How could it be that just 4,000 years ago, all of this ice formed? Let's just run some numbers.
It's impossible.
This is some scenes from lovely Antarctic. Let's say we have 680,000 layers of snow ice and 4,000 years since the Great Flood. That would mean we'd need 170 winter, summer cycles every year for the last 4,000 years. I mean, wouldn't someone have noticed that? Wow. Wouldn't someone have noticed that there's been winter, summer 170 times one year? If we go to California, we find enormous stands of bristlecone pines. Some of them are over 6,000 years old, 6,800 years old. There's a famous tree in Sweden, Old Tycho, is 9,550 years old. How could these trees be there if there was an enormous flood just 4,000 years ago? You can try this yourself, everybody. I don't mean to be mean to trees, but get a sapling and put it underwater for a year. It will not survive in general, nor will its seeds. They just won't make it. So how could these trees be that old if the Earth is only 4,000 years old? Now, when we go to the Grand Canyon, which is an astonishing place, and I recommend to everybody in the world to someday visit the Grand Canyon, you find layer upon layer of ancient rocks. And if there was this enormous flood that you speak of, wouldn't there have been churning and bubbling and roiling? How would these things have settled out? Your claim that they settled out in an extraordinary short amount of time is, for me, not satisfactory. You can look at these rocks, you can look at rocks that are younger, you can go to seashores where there's sand. This is what geologists on the outside do. Study the rate at which soil is deposited at the end of rivers and deltas, and we can see that it takes a long, long time for sediments to turn to stone. Also, in this picture, you can see where one type of sediment has intruded on another type. Now, if that was uniform, wouldn't we expect it all to be even without intrusion? Furthermore, you can find places in the Grand Canyon where you see an ancient riverbed on that side going to an ancient riverbed on that side, and the Colorado River has cut through it. And by the way, if this great flood drained through the Grand Canyon, wouldn't there have been a Grand Canyon on every continent? How could we not have Grand Canyons everywhere if this water drained away in this extraordinary short amount of time, 4,000 years? Now, when you look at these layers,
the problem, it's just, their argument is just, God works in mysterious ways and he's trying to trick us. That's just always what it is. Wouldn't the Grand Canyon have a sedimentary layer with aquatic fossils? Yeah, exactly. Well, I think that they would say, prove to me that those rocks are that old, and they don't agree with the carbon dating. I think that that's what they would say. That's the only way I think that it would make sense.
Carefully, you find these beautiful fossils. And when I say beautiful, I am inspired by them. They're remarkable because we are looking at the past. You find down low, you'll find what you might consider as rudimentary sea animals. Up above, you'll find the famous trilobites. Above that, you might find some clams, some oysters. And above that, you'll find some mammals. You never, ever find a higher animal mixed in with a lower one. You never find a lower one trying to swim its way to the higher one. If it all happened in such an extraordinary short amount of time, if this water drained away just like that, wouldn't we expect to see some turbulence? And by the way, anyone here, really, if you can find one example of that,
A single one.
example of that anywhere in the world, the scientists of the world challenge you. They would embrace you. You would be a hero. You would change the world if you could find one example of that anywhere. People have looked and looked and looked. They have not found a single one.
That's not true. There are probably straight fossils that go through the layers. No, dude, there aren't. There just aren't. No, there aren't, Ruben. It's just they just don't.
Now here's an interesting thing. These are
They they reject radiometric dating. Yeah, Dr. Jace, they don't agree with that. They think it's they don't agree with it.
fossil skulls that people have found all around the world. It's by no means representative of all the fossil skulls that have been found, but these are all over the place. Now, if you were to look at these, I can assure you not any of them is a gorilla, right? If, as Mr. Ham and his associates claim, there was just man and then everybody else, there were just humans and all other species, where would you put modern humans among these skulls? How did all these skulls get all over the earth in these extraordinary fashion? Where would you put us? Well, I can tell you we are on there, and I encourage you, when you go home, to look it up. Now, one of the extraordinary claims associated with Mr. Ham's worldview is that this giant boat, very large wooden ship, went aground safely on a mountain in the Middle East, what we now call the Middle East. And so places like Australia are populated then by animals who somehow managed to get from the Middle East all the way to Australia in the last 4,000 years. Now, that to me is an extraordinary claim. We would expect then, somewhere between the Middle East and Australia, we would expect to find evidence of kangaroos. We would expect to find some fossils, some bones. In the last 4,000 years, somebody would have been hopping along there and died along the way, and we'd find them. And furthermore, there's a claim that there was a land bridge that allowed these animals to get.
I love it. I love it. The idea that he's like, I love the idea that Noah is building these land bridges like freaking Minecraft or something. He's just like boop 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 boop, putting all these land bridges together and just like connecting everything to everywhere that you need to go. And just imagine all the freeways of land bridges of everyone. There's a huge like, okay, I'm going to Australia, so okay, I got to go this direction. I got to take the second exit. Okay, I got to go this way. I got to take the next left, and then of course it's always the wallabies. It's always the freaking wallabies that are trying to end up in Japan, and you're like, no, you're in Australia, and you gotta Uber the wallabies over to where they really need to go, which is Australia, and you're like, God, don't do that. They freaking I accidentally got the just like, oh my God, it's so wild, man. Come on, dude, so funny. Seven Lions couldn't, they didn't, for sure.
Get from Asia all the way to the continent of Australia, and that land bridge has disappeared in the last 4,000 years. No navigator, no diver, no U.S. Navy submarine. No one's ever detected any evidence of this, let alone any fossils of kangaroos.
Oh my gosh.
So your expectation is not met. It doesn't seem to hold up. So let's see, if there are 4,000 years since Ken Ham's flood, and let's say, as he said many times, there are 7,000 kinds. Today, the very, very lowest estimate is that there are about 8.7 million species, but a much more reasonable estimate is it's 50 million, or even 100 million, when you start counting the viruses and the bacteria and all the beetles that must be extant in the tropical rainforest that we haven't found. So we'll take a number which I think is pretty reasonable, 16 million species today, okay? If these came from 7,000 kinds, let's say we have 7,000 subtracted from 15 million, that's 15,993. We have 4,000 years, we have 365 and a quarter days a year. We would expect to find 11 new species every day. So you'd go out into your yard, you wouldn't just find a different bird, a new bird, you'd find a different kind of bird, a whole new species of bird every day, a new species of fish, a new species of organisms you can't see, and so on. I mean, this would be enormous news. The last 4,000 years, people would have seen these changes among us. So the Cincinnati Enquirer, I imagine, would carry a column right next to the weather report.
New species.
Today's new species, and it would list these 11 every day. But we see no evidence of that. There's no evidence of these species. There just simply isn't enough time. Now, as you may know, I was graduated from engineering school, and I got a job at Boeing. I worked on 747s. Okay, everybody relax. I was very well supervised. Everything's fine. There's a tube in the 747 I kind of think of as my tube, but that aside.
They hate this. They reject normal evolution, but they refuse to accept the super evolution turbo things. Yeah, exactly. The surface of the Earth would be vaporized if that amount of water would have had to been vaporized. Yeah, exactly, Chase. Yeah, it's like they just pick and choose, man. It's so tiring, you know, how unserious this is, you know. And it's like I hate, like, part of me is like, this is so silly, like, aren't these fun? It reminds me honestly of like old world. This is like the end of like 2014, right? This is like the end of the 2000 to 2015, when conspiracies were like fun still. People were like, oh, isn't it silly that people believe in like Bigfoot and have like Bigfoot debates and like all this stuff? But it's more nefarious now. Like, people aren't getting vaccinated because they think that humans used to live for 900 years old. So then why would I get vaccinated if it's poisoning me? And I Adam and Eve lived in that for that long without vaccines. So why should I? And you're like, wait, what? That's scary. That doesn't make any sense. So people are, this anti-intellectualism, anti-science belief is having a massive impact in our society today. And it's not just this like cutesy debate anymore. So it is quaint to like watch this debate, because it's like a time in 2014 when, the sequestration just happened. So Obama did cut science funding by 10%, as well with every other federal program. But like these anti-science beliefs that Ken Ham is talking about here directly impact all of these people. All of these people are like, how many of them do you think are like got the vaccine for COVID? How many? Probably not many. Probably a lot of people probably died during the COVID the first thing. Without if they're overweight, if they were in rural hospitals, if they got COVID, it's it has a big impact on people. Yeah, exactly. And the ark was made of gopher bark when 7,000 species sink that sucker. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly, man. You're a biologist, so you're expecting to educate. I play music. If people don't understand it, I don't talk to them about it, but I don't care if they know how it works. Yeah, I know. It's not, I wish it was that simple, dude. You can be a creationist and not be anti-science. I think true, Ruben. I think that does happen, but like the problem is that you don't have like other creationists stepping up and being like, "Hey guys, it's really important for you not to believe that Adam and Eve lived until they were 900 years old, and to trust science and to get your vaccine." Like that doesn't happen. That doesn't have, you don't have a contingent of Bible, pastors going through and being like, hey, this stuff about Adam and Eve, like that's just, what we teach in Sunday school. Don't live your life about this. Take your vaccine. Science is important. They don't, right? They spend all their time in Sunday school saying they're just as good as science, if not better, right? So it is nefarious. It is nefarious, man.
Tube in the 747 I kind of think of as my tube. But that aside, I traveled the highways of Washington State quite a bit. I was a young guy. I had a motorcycle. I used to go mountain climbing in Washington State, Oregon. And you can drive along and find these enormous boulders on top of the ground. Enormous rocks, huge, sitting on top of the ground. Now, out there in regular academic pursuits, regular geology, people have discovered that there used to be a lake in what is now Montana, which we charmingly refer to as Lake Missoula. It's not there now, but the evidence for it, of course, is, if I may, overwhelming. And so an ice dam would form at Lake Missoula, and once in a while it would break. It would build up and break. And there were multiple floods in my old state of Washington State. But just before we go on, let me just say, go Seahawks. That was very gratifying. Very gratifying for me. Anyway, you drive along the road, and there are these rocks. So if, as is asserted here at this facility, that the heavier rocks would sink to the bottom during a flood event, the big rocks, and especially their shape, instead of aerodynamic, the hydrodynamic, the water-changing shape as water flows past. You'd expect them to sink to the bottom. But here are these enormous rocks right on the surface, and there's no shortage of them. If you go driving in Washington State or Oregon, they're readily available. So how could those be there if the Earth is just 4,000 years old? How could they be there if this one flood caused that? Another remarkable thing I'd like everybody to consider, inherent in this worldview, is that somehow Noah and his family were able to build a wooden ship that would house 14,000 individuals. There are 7,000 kinds.
Oh my God.
And there's a boy and a girl for each one of those.
It's just, guys, I mean, it has to be Noah's Ark honestly has to be the most asinine claim. I honestly, it's just, it is so, it's so wild, man.
So it's about 14,008 people. And these people were unskilled. As far as anybody knows, they had never built a wooden ship before. Furthermore, they had to get all these animals on there, and they had to feed them, and I understand that Mr. Ham has some explanations for that, which I frankly find extraordinary, but this is the premise of the bit. And we can then run a test, a scientific test. People in the early 1900s built an extraordinarily large wooden ship, the Wyoming.
Dang, dude.
It was a 6-masted schooner, the largest one ever built. It had a motor on it for winching cables and stuff.
Where'd it go?
But this boat had a great difficulty. It was not as big as the Titanic, but it was a very long ship. It would twist in the sea. It would twist this way, and this way. And in all that twisting, it leaked. It leaked like crazy. The crew could not keep the ship dry. And indeed, it eventually foundered and sank, loss of all 14 hands. So there were 14 crewmen aboard a ship built by very, very skilled shipwrights in New England. These guys were the best in the world at wooden shipbuilding. And they couldn't build a boat as big as the Ark
Chase,
is
thank you so
claimed
much,
to have
man.
been.
Chase, thank you so much. There it is. Oh, thank you, man. Thank you for resending it with the super chat. Thank you so much, dude. I did some math. If you compress the amount of radiometric decay in Earth's history into 6,000 years, the energy/heat released would be equal to 113 quadrillion Hiroshima-sized nuclear weapons. That is wild. That is absolutely wild. So Thank you, man. Thank you for that. Exactly, dude. Exactly, Chase. It is. What a joke, man. Thank you so much.
Is that reasonable? Is that possible? That the best shipbuilders in the world couldn't do what 8 unskilled people, men and their wives, were able to do. If you visit the National Zoo in Washington, D.C., it's 163 acres, and they have 400 species. By the way, this picture that you're seeing was taken by spacecraft in space, orbiting the Earth. If you told my grandfather, let alone my father, that we had that capability, they would have been amazed. That capability comes from our fundamental understanding of gravity, of material science, of physics, and life science, where you go looking. This place is often, as any zoo, is often deeply concerned and criticized for how it treats its animals. They have 400 species on 163 acres, 66 hectares. Is it reasonable that Noah and his colleagues, his family, were able to maintain 14,000 animals and themselves and feed them aboard a ship that was bigger than anyone's ever been able to build? Now, here's the thing.
It's just, it's so, the problem is that it's so easy to just be like, well, they had God on their side. That's the thing. God works in mysterious ways, and God wanted it done. So he worked through them, and they really worked hard, guys. It's just, yeah. It's like, it's so.
What we want in science as practiced out on the outside, is an ability to predict. We want to have a natural law that is so obvious and clear, so well understood, that we can make predictions about what will happen. We can predict that we can put a spacecraft in orbit and take a picture of Washington, D.C. We can predict that if we provide this much room for an elephant, it will live healthily for a certain amount of time. So I'll give you an example. In the explanation provided by traditional science of how we came to be, we find, as Mr. Ham alluded to many times in his recent remarks, we find a sequence of animals in what generally is called the fossil record. This would be to say, when we look at the layers that you would find in Kentucky, you look at them carefully, you find a sequence of animals, a succession. And as one might expect, when you're looking at old records, there's some pieces seem to be missing, a gap. So scientists got to thinking about this. There are lungfish that jump from pond to pond in Florida and end up in people's swimming pools. And there are amphibians, frogs and toads, croaking and carrying on. And so people wondered if there wasn't a fossil or an organism, an animal that had lived, that had characteristics of both. People over the years had found that in Canada, there was clearly a fossil marsh, a place that used to be a swamp, had dried out. And they found all kinds of happy swamp fossils there, ferns.
Oh, thank you, man. I don't know why it's not showing up. I can't put it up as a thing. 7.6 to the 30th joules Earth radiation divided by 6.3 to the 13th joules Hiroshima bombs equals 1.2 times to the 17th total bombs compressed into 6,000 years. That equals 637,000 nukes every second. 637,000 every second. That's wild. That's so much, man. That's crazy. That's amazing. That's a great stat.
So on, organisms, animals, fish that were recognized. And people realized that if this, with the age of the rocks there, as computed by traditional scientists, with the age of the rocks there, this would be a reasonable place to look for an animal, a fossil of an animal that lived there. And indeed, scientists found it. Tiktaalik, this fish lizard guy. And they found several specimens. It wasn't one individual. In other words, they made a prediction that this animal would be found, and it was found. So far, Mr. Ham and his worldview, the Ken Ham creation model, does not have this capability. It cannot make predictions and show results.
Exactly.
Here's an extraordinary one that I find remarkable. There are certain fish, the top minnows, that have the remarkable ability to have sex with other fish, traditional fish sex, and they can have sex with themselves. Now, one of the old questions in life science, everybody, one of the old sort of chin strokers, is why does any organism, whether you're an ash tree, a sea jelly, a squid, a marmot, why does anybody have sex? I mean, there are more bacteria in your tummy right now than there are humans on Earth. And bacteria, they don't bother with that, man. They just like split themselves in half. They get new bacteria. Like, let's get her done. Let's go. But why does think of all the trouble a rose bush goes to make a flower, and the thorns and the bees swimming, flying around, interacting. Why does anybody bother with all that? And the answer seems to be your enemies. And your enemies are not lions and tigers and bears. Oh my, no. Your enemies are germs and parasites. That's what's going to get you. Germs and parasites. My first cousin's son died tragically from essentially the flu. This is not some story I heard about. It's my first cousin once removed. Because apparently the virus had the right genes to attack his genes. So when you have sex, you have a new set of genes. You have a new mixture. So people studied these top minnows, and they found that the ones who reproduced sexually had fewer parasites than the ones that reproduced on their own. This black spot disease. Wait, there's more. In these populations with flooding and so on, where river ponds get isolated, then they dry up, then the river flows again. In between, some of the fish will have sex with other fish sometimes, and they'll have sex on their own, what's called asexually. And those fish, the ones that are in between, sometimes this, sometimes that, they have an intermediate number of infections. In other words, the explanation provided by evolution made a prediction. And the prediction's extraordinary and subtle, but there it is. How else would you explain it? And to Mr. Ham and his followers, I say this is something that we in science want. We want the ability to predict. And your assertion that there's some difference between the natural laws that I use to observe the world today and the natural laws that existed 4,000 years ago is extraordinary and unsettling. I travel around. I have a great many family members in Danville, Virginia, one of the U.S.'s most livable cities. It's lovely. And I was driving along, and there was a sign in front of a church, Big Bang Theory, you got to be kidding me, God. Now, everybody, why would someone at the church, a pastor, for example, put that sign up?
Embarrassing, dude.
Unless he or she didn't believe that the Big Bang was a real thing. I just want to review briefly with everybody why we accept, in the outside world, why we accept the Big Bang. Edwin Hubble, oh, sorry, there you go. You got to be kidding me, God. Edwin Hubble was sitting at Mount Wilson, which is up from Pasadena, California. On a clear day, you can look down and see where the Rose Parade goes. It's that close to civilization. But even in the early 1900s, the people who selected this site for astronomy picked an excellent site. The clouds and smog are below you. And Edwin Hubble sat there at this very big telescope night after night studying the heavens. And he found that the stars are moving apart. The stars are moving apart. And he wasn't sure why, but it was clear that the stars are moving farther and farther apart all the time. So people talked about it for a couple.
Isn't this like the red shift? There was like a red shift as it's moving away. It's kind of like the it's kind of like the Doppler effect with the sirens, but it was the shift that happened in light, and then that was like the breakthrough that kind of made it so it's like, oh my gosh, those aren't just other suns, like those are other galaxies that really like exploded the entire size of the universe from like just like basically a galaxy into like tons and tons of different other galaxies that we were all living in. Oh yeah, Chase, there you go. Yes, light loses energy as it moves away, shifting to the red of the light spectrum. The redshift rate is the rate that galaxies are moving away from us. Ah, cool. Thank you, man.
Decades. And then eventually another astronomer, almost a couple decades, another astronomer, Fred Hoyle, just remarked, well, it was like there was a big bang. There was an explosion. This is to say, since everything's moving apart, it's very reasonable that at one time they were all together. And there's a place from whence, or rather whence these things expanded. And it was a remarkable insight. But people went still questioning it for decades. Science and conventional scientists questioning it for decades.
Hi, Linda.
These two researchers wanted to listen for radio signals from space, radio astronomy. And this is, while we have visible light for our eyes, there's a whole nother bunch of waves of light that are much longer. The microwaves in your oven are about that long. The radar at the airport is about that long. Your FM radio signals about like this. AM radio signals are a kilometer. They're several soccer fields. They went out listening, and there was this hiss, this tss, all the time that wouldn't go away. And they thought, oh, doggone it, there's some loose connector. They plugged in the connector. They re-screwed it. They made it tight. They turned it this way. The hiss was still there. They heard it that way. It's just still there. They thought it was pigeon droppings that had affected the reception of this horn, it's called. This thing is still there. It's in Basking Ridge, New Jersey. It's a National Historic Site. And Arno Penzias and Robert Wilson had found this cosmic background sound that was predicted by astronomers. Astronomers running the numbers, doing math, predicted that in the cosmos would be left over this echo, this energy from the Big Bang that would be detectable. And they detected it. We built the Cosmic Observatory for Background Emissions, the COBE spacecraft, and it matched exactly the astronomers' predictions. You got to respect that. It's a wonderful thing. Now,
but God put it there. That's why he put it there. Don't you see? That's just evidence of Bible and the Big Bang that doesn't exist, because God put that there to test us, to see if it's like I like seeing stuff like that, I think it's one of those things where people are numb. Like they like, even the story, they don't understand like the technological capabilities, what the scientific process is, that they actually gained, that they haven't gone through the rigors of the research process themselves. So they're just so detached from it. They hear stories like that and they're just like, oh, well, of course that's how it is. Because we have the capability now of looking back and it's like, oh, well, duh, but they don't understand how hard that is. Think about that now going forward. Okay, now you do something that's that breakthrough. Go ahead. Like you have the capability, you have tons of technology right now. Like go do something that's that remarkable now. It's like, oh, well, it's it's blah 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 blah. You're like, there's no respect for the scientific method of how hard it is to actually create new novel information like that. The Big Bang also says nothing about the creation of the universe or if it had the beginning at all. They frequently misuse the Big Bang to represent creation. Yeah, dude, what really grinds my gears is that they equate the Big Bang and biological evolution too, as if it's the same thing. Like they're both natural processes that explain reality, but it doesn't. It has nothing to do with change of allele frequencies over time. And it just goes to show how every single scientific theory in their minds just challenges their worldview, right? And you can't do that. You're not allowed to make an independent inquiry on how the world works without their permission. Without their permission. It's
Along that
yeah, and if it was the same thing, why am I an expert on the Big Bang and know nothing almost about biology? Exactly. They don't know, they don't see how they don't respect expertise, right? That's their whole thing. They don't respect it. They don't think that it exists. So it's a joke, man.
line is some interest in the age of the Earth. Right now, it's generally agreed that the Big Bang happened 13.7 billion years ago. What we can do on Earth, these elements that we all know on the periodic table of chemicals, even ones we don't know, were created when stars explode. And I look like nobody, but I attended a lecture by Hans Bethe, who won a Nobel Prize for discovering the process by which stars create all these elements. The one that interests me especially is our good friends rubidium and strontium. Rubidium becomes strontium spontaneously. It's an interesting thing to me. A neutron becomes a proton, and it goes up the periodic table.
Wow,
When
that's
lava
cool.
comes out of the ground, molten lava, and it freezes, turns to rock, when the melt solidifies or crystallizes, it locks the rubidium and strontium in place. And so by careful assay, by being diligent, you can tell when the rock froze. You can tell how old the rubidium and strontium are, and you can get an age for the Earth. When that stuff falls on fossils, you can get a very good idea of how old the fossils are. I encourage you all to go to Nebraska, go to Ashfall State Park, and see the astonishing fossils. It looks like a Hollywood movie. There are rhinoceroses, there are three-toed horses in Nebraska. None of those animals are extant today, and they were buried catastrophically by a volcano in what is now Idaho, is now Yellowstone National Park. What's called the hot spot, people call it the super volcano. And it's a remarkable thing. Apparently, as I can tell you, as a Northwesterner around for Mount St. Helens, full disclosure, I'm on the Mount St. Helens board. When it goes off, it gives out a great deal of gas that's toxic and knocks.
What's the Mount St. Helens board? Like, what is that? Why is he making that preclusion? What does that mean?
These animals out, looking for relief. They go to a watering hole, and then when the ash comes, they were all buried. It's an extraordinary place. Now, if in the bad old days you had heart problems, they would right away cut you open. Now we use a drug based on rubidium to look at the inside of your heart without cutting you open. Now, my Kentucky friends, I want you to consider this. Right now, there is no place in the Commonwealth of Kentucky to get a degree in this kind of nuclear medicine, this kind of drugs associated with that. I hope you find that troubling. I hope you're concerned about that. You want scientifically literate students in your Commonwealth for a better tomorrow for everybody. You can't get this here. You have to go out of state.
Dude, it's such a big problem. This is the thing that really frustrates me.
World famous Dr. Greg show.
What? I did not mean to do that. Wrong button. The impact that the education app or lack thereof has a huge impact on these states, man, because it's like we're not just competing state versus state. And I think that that's how they think about it, like Kentucky versus Alabama, Kentucky versus Mississippi, like we're all competing against one another. But in reality, like we are all competing against China or India. You know what I mean? For these jobs, and like people that are not learning that evolution is real inside of these states, it's impacting all of us. Like you're not going to be able to apply next generation technologies in genetics at a biotechnology company if you don't think that, that a human gene can run on a bacterial system. Do you know what I mean? Like if we have to teach you that evolution is real at the bench top, Like, you're not going to be able to grasp some of the next generation, next level thinking that you need to do. So it's really nefarious how these people are being held back, not just for themselves, not just for their state, but as a country, we are literally losing out on this. It is a huge, huge problem.
Now, as far as the distance to stars, understand this is very well understood. It's February. We look at a star in February, we measure an angle to it, we wait 6 months, we look at that same star again, and we measure that angle. It's the same way carpenters built this building. It's the same way surveyors surveyed the land that we're standing on. And so by measuring the distance to a star, you can figure out how far away it is, that star, and then the stars beyond it and stars beyond that. There are billions of stars, more than 6,000 light years from here. A light year is a unit of distance, not a unit of time. There are billions of stars. Mr. Ham, how could there be billions of stars?
Because space-time is the same thing, dude. Get with the program, guys. Space-time is one thing. It's not space. It's not time. It's space-time. That's what Einstein showed us. Boom. Boom.
More distant than 6,000 years if the world's only 6,000 years old. It's an extraordinary claim. There's another astronomer, Adolf Kittel, who remarked first about the reasonable man. Is it reasonable that we have ice
Thank you,
older
Chase.
by a factor of 100 than you claim the Earth is? We have trees that have more tree rings than the Earth is old. That we have rocks with rubidium and strontium and uranium and potassium argon dating that are far, far, far older than you claim the Earth is. Could anybody have built an ark that would sustain better than any ark anybody was able to build on the Earth? So if you're asking me,
Thank you, Chase.
and I got the impression you were, is Ken Ham's creation model viable? I say no. Absolutely not. Now, one last thing.
What? And it's like Ken Ham's.
I say no.
That's like another thing. Is it like, if it's, bro, it shouldn't just be, it should be so self-evident from the evidence. Like, it's not Ken Ham's creation, right? Like, we as scientists observe nature, right? As a creationist, you're observing God. And so it's God's model, right? So just show us God's model, right? That's what's so frustrating. It's like, there can't be more than one creation model if it's all from one thing, if that makes sense. Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't get how the framing is so wild here. Not because of Bill Nye, but I'm just saying in general, it's just so nefarious and how wrong this idea is, where yeah, everyone can all think of their own thing, but God is the truth. What do you mean? It doesn't make any sense, dude.
Absolutely not. Now, one last thing. You may not know that in the U.S. Constitution, from the Founding Fathers, is the sentence to promote the progress of science and useful arts.
Yeah, it's for patents. Patents. Like, there was, that's one of the reasons why I think it's honestly really cool. How science actually gets a freaking call out, dude. Like, how it's freaking sweet. I think it actually is awesome. Congress shall have the power to lay and collect taxes, duties, imposts, and excises, to pay the debts and provide for the common defense and general welfare of the United States. But all duties, imposts, and excises shall be uniform throughout the United States to blank, to promote the progress of science and useful arts by securing for limited times to authors, inventors, the exclusive rights of their prospective writings and discoveries. It's freaking rad. They literally, like, I genuinely do think that that is so cool. You know, that we, like, as a country, have that in our constitution. I think that it genuinely is rad, man. We don't talk about that enough. It's in the foundation of our country to explore, to better understand the world, to synthesize new ideas together, to contribute to mankind by elevating research. Like that is who we are as Americans in our Constitution. It's beautiful, man. I love that he's talking about this.
Kentucky voters who might be watching online in places like Texas, Tennessee, Oklahoma, Kansas.
Just random states. He's just talking about random states, guys. There's no through line here. He's just randomly talking about some random states. There's nothing, you know, just randomly thinking about states.
Please, you don't want to raise a generation of science students who don't understand how we know our place in the cosmos, our place in space, who don't understand natural law. We need to innovate to keep the United States where it is in the world. Thank you very much.
Oh, that's so cute. This is cute. Remember that? Remember those times? Remember those times when we weren't there? And then it was like, we can't go down that. He's like, we can't go down that path. And all those people in 2 years are going to be like, we're going down that fucking path. We're going with Trump, baby. Like, going with Trump. Like, no. Like, it's like Inception. We're like through the looking glass. Like, don't do it. Don't vote for Trump. Don't vote for Trump. They didn't listen. They didn't listen to Bill. They didn't listen to him. They weren't paying attention. They weren't. The presentation was too long. It didn't work. It didn't work. Oh my God. Oh man. Okay. All right. We're gonna put a pause in that. We're gonna come back to this. We were made halfway, so we went through the monologues here, and now we're gonna go into the back and forth. Are they gonna have a back and forth? We'll have to see. We'll have to see, ladies and gentlemen. That's gonna be wild. But thank you for hanging out. Had fun. This is 2014. Chase, this is the before time. This is the before time. Bill should have done his teaching with Subway Surfers instead of slides so they could pay attention. No. This is a beautiful time before all that. Oh man. Fuck. We did bad. Did we do bad? I don't think we did. I don't know, man. We're putting up a good fight. That's all we can do, y'all. That's all we can do. This stuff makes me so sad, though, because you're just like, fuck. Ugh. Kills me. Kills me because it's just, you don't know what you've got until it's gone, kind of thing. You know, it's the tragedy of the common scenario in democracy, right? Where you don't know how bad it is until you take everything away and you're like, oh my God, the park is so clean. Why do we need to hire a janitor to clean the park? That's so stupid. And then they fire the janitor and they're like, oh my God, the park is such a mess. What's going on? Oh, Chase, dude, do you know, are you on TikTok at all, Chase? Dude, I know some really cool science, physics communicators specifically. Jorge Physics is a good friend. He's amazing. He puts like some of the best some of the best stuff out there. Like he does incredible. Dude, check it out. Dude, check it out. Check Jorge Physics out. He's incredible, dude. He actually puts the math up too, and it's like it creates like art. I hate saying that, but like it's beautiful how the math looks and flows together and how he like brings it all together. Yeah, Dr. Blitz is an incredible one. I think it's Dr. Blitz PhD. I think that's Dr. Blitz is on YouTube and TikTok. He's really good, but Jorge actually puts the math up and like Blitz does amazing debunks. He's very good, but I think oh, nice. I'm writing a paper with Blitz right now. Really? Oh, that's awesome. You guys are collaborating in the same field? That's incredible. That's really cool. That's rad, dude. Hell yeah. I don't know Blitz. I would love to be introduced. He's very cool. I love his it's so funny too because his whole thing like don't tone police. Like everyone it's so wild, man. Everyone who's goes into science communication, the amount of people who feel like they have ownership over you and kind of like tell you how to interact with people is so funny. You're like, bro, don't tell me what to do. Like these people are questioning my entire existence and I have to be like super nice to them. You know what I mean? You're like, I think I'm just gonna figure out my own path. Thank you. Whatever. It's okay. It's okay, guys. It's okay. We'll be fine. Oh, cool, dude. He works in general relativity, classical gravity, and conformal field theory, and I work in quantum gravity. Oh, we are working on trying to connect them to make progress in the field. Oh, wow. That's rad. Oh, very cool, dude. Nice. I'm happy for you. There you go. Hey, Steve. How's Steve and Martin? How's it going? Oh. No, yeah, Chase. I mean, dude, that this is the thing, bro. Like science communication is a completely different skill than what you're talking about. Like it's yeah. It like what I thought science communication was or science communication was versus what it actually is like completely different, man. It really is really interesting. Like, see you, Linda. Have a good one. Like, what I thought it was going to be a lot more like talking about science and stuff like that, and that's what you'd think it would be, but in reality, bro, it's like thumbnails and titles and like that kind of stuff. I'm much better at debating and teaching things to the pseudo intellectuals than teaching something from scratch. I'm also used to lecturing at a chalkboard for an hour. You know, grab yeah. Yeah, exactly, Chase. It's a completely different skill. Just kind of like how being a professor is a completely different skill to research. And they're not necessarily connected. It's weird that we just think that researchers are going to be great professors. And you and I both know that a lot of the professors just teach just because they have to in order to get grant money. So, yeah, it's tough, dude. It's very tough. Hey, good morning, Jess. Hi, 5 minute. How's it going? I can teach students in a class well and get great student reviews. For some reason, that has never translated well to internet content for me. It might for streaming it might, but for streaming it might. For it making like content is a little bit different. It's a little bit different. Yeah. Good. Yeah, it's been fun. I have a new setup. I have a new show that I'm planning on rolling out this week. So it's been fun to work on that. And yeah. Mm. Mm, 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 mm. So yeah, it's just been like yeah, trying to get this all set up and getting everything all set up for my new I'm liking it. Whoops. I didn't like that. I'm liking the new monitor setup, which is cool, and I appreciate it. I have my teleprompter set up now, like a legit teleprompter, which is kind of cool. I got been working on my script, writing my first script. It's kind of weird, like thinking about writing, because as a scientist, you are an author, right? You are like a yeah. I got gifting taken away because I was watching something. It's all good. Thank you though. Thank you, 5 minute. Yeah, I was thinking about making slideshows and lectures over them, but if you're wanting the attention span different for your internet audience, yeah. Yeah, you got to do something a little bit more usually. Yeah, thank you, 5 minute. Yeah, I'm excited. So it's interesting, like writing for a YouTube audience versus like what I'm doing here. So like a scripted show, it's going to be really fun though. I'm pumped for it. Got some new overlays. I got like I'm having fun like developing for the YouTube and just getting everything all set up a little bit differently. I'm really pumped about it. Yeah, exactly, F1. Preach, preach. Oh yeah, user 8007. I modded you since you're a part of the crew now. So congratulations, welcome, user. I think you might be the first user with mod privileges ever in TikTok. There you go. You haven't picked a name yet, but you have mods. Mod. Yeah, I mean, as long as you're you're part of the crew. What do you want? What do you want? You don't have to do any modding, but it's just like more of a checking out and being a part of the background stuff if you want it. Yeah. Yeah. I'm pumped. I'm pumped. Good. Yeah. Well, thank you. Well, I appreciate you. So thank you. Um, I didn't know the job was open. Well, I mean, she's helping me with editing and stuff. So yeah, we're expanding. We're expanding the operations. So that's the goal. Dude, I love the lights. Do you guys noticed the lighting being like different? It's so different. Did you guys seen this? I mean, I love you guys for like Helen and all those. I mean, you guys are all incredible and I don't feel like Helen, I'm like, I want you to hang out and not have to worry about the like modding. You know what I mean? The green, yeah. So like right before it was like cycling through reds and purples and all this kind of stuff, but I like the green and the blue cycling just because it's just more um and then it like makes my face pop out more, you know? And then I lowered the intensity of the light dramatically. And I also changed the lighting so that there's more of a dramatic like shadow on this side. Thank you, Casey. Thank you. I don't look ashy. I did moisturize. Thank you, 5 minute. I did moisturize today. Thank you. Good. And such a cool symmetry. It's cool. Thank you, Afon. Thank you. I wanted to like this. Okay, we can just do some chill. We'll just do some chill hangout after stream hangout stuff. Okay, 1 second. So this is the after stream hangout. Okay, after party. What AI did you? I use Opus. Opus for everything and Fable for a lot of other stuff. Are you talking about Sim Econ? Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, so everything now is in portrait mode. Sorry, landscape mode. I actually started out everything in up like this. All my cameras were like this for the longest time, and now they're like this. So the idea is, but I still I have multiple cameras. I have 3 cameras, and basically all my monitors are also landscape, so they can all be at eye level. So this is the show, like right here. This is the show looking at the teleprompter right here. As whenever I smoke, the freaking air filter always goes like, you're too much. We got to clean the air now. Thanks a lot. So anyway, I'm talking to camera here, my teleprompter, and this is going to be the shot. I think I'll probably be over here a little bit, and then I'll have the graphics all up here. That's going to be my positioning. And then for the monitor, I think I'm going to have something chill. And then so the graphics going to be here, and then yeah, some of these I didn't like how, let's see here. I didn't like some of these OBS setups. I wanted this one. So this. So basically here I have like I'm reading something. But the problem is I normally wanted to go to this this camera right here, but it doesn't look good because let me show you. The problem is this. Watch. Add existing. This. Watch. Right? I'm like, okay, I'll put my camera in here. Right? Let's say I wanted to put my camera in here. I'm looking off the screen. Or actually, am I? Actually, this isn't that bad. If I'm looking at here, if I'm looking at here, like this, does this actually look okay? I like how the facts would pop up on the screen. Oh, nice. Yeah, thank you. Okay, let me see how it looks on the stream when I look on it. Does it actually look like I'm staring at the camera, which is what I wanted? Yeah, so like let's say I'm looking and reading down here. Do 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 do. Let's see. Oh, okay. That does yeah, that does. I did because I didn't want it to look over here. You basically you always want to be looking at the content that you are looking at on screen. Oh, Chase, yeah, I should. Can you email that to me or something? Here, let me change this. I like this a lot now, actually. Okay, there. So then I'm like here, boom, boom, here, boom. I like that. And I love these I love this because it's like I'm half of a screen. You know what I mean? I actually really love it. It's like completely split screen because then I can be right here and then I can be talking to you and I can be reading and I can talk to you and I can read. You know what I mean? I feel very involved right here and I'm talking. I feel very connected. Chase, do you want to join the Discord, bro? I like the close up too. Yeah, me too. I think that's good for the because before I had black bars. I had black bars places, and like here, I now since I lost the portrait mode and I have landscape and I have like space here, I can fill the space with my camera, which is really rad. Okay, cool, cool, cool. Discord, drgregshow.com has all of them. I can just get you a link though. Yeah, drgregshow.com has it all. I'll get you the thing though. Mm. Yeah, gotcha. Oh, stop the stupidity. Dude. Welcome. Here you go. Here's the Discord link. Okay. And then all right, so that's changed. So that would go here, left, right. And this is like left. And then right hand comments. There's this. Left. Okay, cool. Okay. And then the center. Okay. Oh, you could just put it in the general. Yeah, the general was fine. Awesome, dude. Thank you. And then when I react, I didn't like this at all. This was so ugly. We have my freaking pull-up straps, my gymnastics ring straps in the thing. It looks like I have like some kind of dungeon here. I'm like, bro, it's a pull-up strap, okay? I don't know if I should take those off or what. I don't use them that often. It's in the shot though. It looks awful. It's like I need to like figure out how to get them out of the shot. It's so weird. But then like what do I do here? What do I do? Exactly. Exactly. I'm like, what do I do here? Like where do I go? I wanted this camera here. I wanted this camera to be for the react. I normally actually go with my right camera though for my reactions. Maybe I do this. This. Here, let's try this. Here. What if I put this one here? I'm out of here. I'm out. Okay, so if I do this. Okay. Yeah, I didn't even have this camera in tonight. And then maybe I could do this. So this is what I was thinking about before. Basically, I had my right camera at the bottom here, and then I had YouTube over here. Whoops. Like this. Because then it looks like I'm watching this. This looks a lot better. I have to be like on the side here. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I think like I think this is fine. The chat is always the same position. So the chat is always on the right on the right side, the upper left. I'm confused. That screen should only go when where it's needed. Well, okay, so yeah. So this is me reading something, right? I'm reading something here and I'm talking to you and I'm like reading here and this and that. And then here is just us chat talking to chat, like me and you here. And then when I need to like this is when I'm responding to something or when I'm answering questions or something like that because it's really nice because then the the chat message shows up right here and I freaking love it because like right here if we just brought the camera down just a little bit, I'm right in the center of it as opposed to I want to be down a little bit like here because then when I react and stuff like it's really good for the shorts and things um when I have it right here. So I can be like talking to it. And then what's cool is that then basically the short can just be right here and has the pinned like thing right there. I like it. If it's distracting from you and not in use, then make it part of the background. Which part? Which part? I think I think the question is like how do I show as much of the video as possible? Um that's kind of the question. Because what I would like, maybe I could do something like this. Maybe I could bring I want to basically I want to use my camera as much as possible. I want to use my camera as much as possible to and create a blank space in the room where the photo could be and I could just be there. I want all the background to be my camera, if that makes sense. Nice. Okay, so I could like go here. Ah, no, this is bad. I mean, this would just be me. I guess I could do that. Just like here. That's actually interesting. Maybe that is cool. This is actually an interesting idea. Because like, I mean, I'm literally look at this. This is just you know what I mean? It looks weird, but I feel I actually like the fact that it's the background is all my setup. You know, there's no black bars anywhere. Because otherwise what I could do, I like that. I don't know. I think I think you need to split frames. Um Yeah, while the videos frame, oh, you aren't really needed. Yeah, I mean, so a lot of people will in this thing, they'll basically they'll have this as the main content, and then I will be here. Like this. This is how most people do it. So that like now when it's playing, I can just be like, "Hey, da da da, you're an idiot. What are you talking about?" And then it goes back. I actually like how it's like it's changing from one spot position to the other. That actually is kind of cool. 1330, 1323. Mm. Thirteen. 1340. Like here. Like this could be it, but then also I kind of like the idea of like using this space for me too. Like this right here. And then fill this space with me right here. I actually like this a lot. This is really cool. This is good. I like this. I think I'll probably keep this. This is good. Chat stays there. I'm like a little off to the side, but then it's like we're missing out a lot of this. We're missing out on a lot of like what's going on. You like the full left panel, or do you because like we're missing out on the bottom left of the screen, but who cares about the bottom left of the screen? There's also like, me sizing it different. The square panel is interesting, I guess. Agree. Any way to darken up chat background for good legibility? Yeah, that's another thing I was thinking about doing. So a lot of people it's weird. It's not balanced for sure. Yeah. Let's do background. Hi. Hi, sunshine. San Diego. I did a dark page background, but I don't understand why it's not showing. Oh yeah, that's just because he's in the mid walking. He's on the side. This is a full shot, like right here. Oh, nice. Dodic. This is what I think about all the time. Framing and doing all this stuff. I'm like, I think about it obsessively. My problem is my clothing. Thanks, 5 minutes. I actually changed my I'm just kidding. I changed my lighting around actually entirely today. I actually like this, and I like having stacked 16 by 9s. See how this is like a 16 by 9 right here? And then the React video here, I could do like a 16 by 9 here. I actually kind of like that. Transform. We'll reset this, and then we'll put it underneath here. Okay, thank you, Dodic. Exactly. Thank you, brother. And then I can just change the framing of my I can change the framing here, and then I can just go into here and then zoom in. I think that's the good idea. Oh, or I could do AI tracking. AI tracking's interesting. So it's like This is an interesting idea, actually, to do AI tracking on this, because then it's like it's following me around, just very slow, slightly, keeping me centered here. That's actually an interesting. Dude, you know I'm a costume designer? I didn't know that. I didn't know that, 5 minutes. That's cool. Do you want the screen on your right when you're looking at a video? Yeah, because I'm looking at it here, and my eyes are looking to the center of the screen. Do you know what I mean? That's why it's important. You always should be looking in towards your content. Like, it looks weird if I'm looking here. Do you know what I mean? If I'm looking off the screen, it looks really weird on your front shot, not this one. Oh, for this one, I just have it here because I don't want to obscure the TV, and I want to it's just stacking with chat. Do you like the tracking? Yeah, all of my cameras actually are on gimbals. All of them are. So I could actually turn all of them onto tracking. Like this one right here, I can do tracking on this one too. Yeah. This. Boom. So then if we're here and I'm coming in and I'm saying this and it's following me and I'm like, can you believe it? Then I can come back and then we can go here. Dude, I actually like that a lot. That's actually sick because now the side cameras, they're on landscape. So the gimbal actually works really well. And it actually, because when it was on portrait, the gimbal hated itself. Some people think Dean and Parker are reading because they are looking at a monitor, not the camera. Oh, interesting. Yeah. Dude, I think reading's fine. Reading is a good time. Everyone should read. Yeah, I genuinely I think a lot of debates would be a lot better if people just looked up the things that they were talking about, constantly. I do this for work all day. Nice. Thank you, brother. Thank you. Thank you, man. Hell yeah. I love that. Thank you, man. Dude, oh my God, I love this. Okay, cool. I really love this setup. So this, then this here. I think I don't like how low I am on this shot. What do you think, Dodic? Am I actually framed well here? Do you think I'm framed well? I'm trying to think of rule of thirds. I'm like taller. Yeah, that's the problem. Mm. Why isn't this going to go? There we go. Okay, thanks, Sunshine. Yeah, I would go lower. You would put chat lower? You'd put chat lower? Is that right? Basically, I put chat on this right here because it stays in the same spot the entire time. This bottom third is that's where tablet chat is, so it actually overlays and people can't read it. So chat needs to be up here, and it's on the top third of that. So I think that's the best way to do it. How do we deal with women taking all the men's jobs, manipulating education, then refusing to date them? Bro, you're like it, women aren't stealing your jobs. They're just actually going to university now, and men are trying to go to trade school instead of trying to be learned. The thing is that you have to keep up with women, bro. Women are pushing the pace and they're doing amazing things. Why would we like besmirch women for doing such an awesome thing and like diving into academia? Pan it lower on that previous shot because chat will have a better contrast. Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. W women, exactly, souls. Yeah. Yeah, women are killing it right now. Why would we besmirch women for doing like an awesome thing? Like that doesn't make any sense. Don't like men were like it's wild to me. Like just think of that statement, bro. Think about it the other way. Like women, like guys are so misogynist nowadays that they're literally going to abandon academia instead of just being educated because women are also being educated in academia. Like what? Guys are like, I don't need your patriarchal advantage. I'm going to just sacrifice myself anyway. Like what? It's like doesn't make any sense, dude. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Have you tried not being a loser? Exactly, dude. Exactly. Like women have the right to reject you. You know what I mean? Women have the right to reject you. If you got to work on yourself, bro. You got to work on yourself. You got to be better. You got to be better. So, I love that. Exactly. I love having my own money and education. You can't be educated? Oh, women that are educated? Ah, ah. What's the next? What's next? You're gonna like try to vote or something? Oh, dude, I actually really love the design of the website right now. Okay, cool. So that's that with the thing. I think this is tough. This is a really tight shot. This is really tight. I could bring this up to the tracking to be half body here. This is probably a little bit better. I'm like more animated. I can like see my hands as opposed to just right on my face. This probably is better. Update. Okay, and then here. And then here. But I think this would actually be cool. Okay, dude, this I think it would be good to do full headshot. Oh, but it's like in. I hate you. Why isn't this working? Oh my God, are you serious? No way. Okay, this one I'm gonna have to just do myself. Yeah, the idea is literally to have an instant reaction, like a tight shot just in case something crazy happens. And I'm like, oh my God. Oh my God. I do less tracking because we need that contrast for chat. Oh, on the other shot? Yeah, maybe. She paid the mortgage the whole time we lived in our first house. I couldn't have gotten my PhD and succeeded without her. Oh, dude, Chase, the same way with my wife, man. the same way. She paid the entire way, the entire like rent payment basically. Like it was crazy. She was awesome. So my wife's the same way. I couldn't have gotten my PhD without her for sure. See, this thing like just hates this whole thing. It comes in and goes out. Comes in. Okay. This. Okay. I think I like that. Okay. Let's take this preset. Update. Okay. And then this. Like that. I like that. Cool. This is actually working really well. I like this. But when men aren't yeah, exactly, Chase. It's so true, brother. Like so true. Five minutes. That's called a marriage. Yes, when you help each other and you love each other and you share resources, that's called a marriage. That is, it's true. Like, ah, that's what that is. Interesting. I like that. Interesting. Nice. Noted. Okay. I like this. It's almost like we married our wives to form a lifelong bonded partnership based off of shared resources and allocations. And apparently that this is only created apparently to Ken Ham. Religion created that, Chase. Actually, it wasn't anything that we did or a partnership that we had. It was given to us. That was given to us through marriage, through God, by the way. Just letting you know, if you didn't know, if you didn't follow, if you weren't paying attention to the video that we were just watching. Okay, make it center. Cool. I like these shots. Thank you, Dodic. I think so too. Dot K. Dodic though that's pretty metal. I like that. All right. See ya. He gets up at 3. Oh my gosh. Bye. Cool. I like this setup a lot now. I'm happy with it. I'm happy with that. Let's see. Good night. Good night, 5 minute. Okay. We're back. Man, it's crazy. There's a cloud that just blew through here. Dude, I get so frustrated at all these incel guys. They're so frustrating, dude. They're like, what if we just abandon women? And then all these women are like, you guys are losers. I'm not going to marry you and like be concreted down and bolted down to this traditional Christian lifestyle of like not voting, not having an income, not having a job outside of the home, like, and they're like getting an education, going to college, doing these awesome all this awesome stuff. And then all these guys are like, "Why don't women date me?" And you're like, no shit, dude, you're a freaking incel weirdo. Have you tried that? Have you tried not being exactly what you are? Have you thought about just completely changing your entire life story up until now? Because it's never going to get better. It's weird. Nobody likes it. I, guys these Gen Z MAGA guys are the worst. Seriously. Oh, you guys, you're strong and standing up and making a voice for yourself without me. Like I'm just noticing the trend, you know. Y'all are like paving the way and lighting the roads, you know. So much respect for real. Oh, dude, I freaking love the new lighting setup. That looks so sick. Yeah, because less light is actually going to the background. So I'm like popping way better. The colors are so much better. Oh my gosh, I love it. Yeah. It's funny how dudes that will throw insults all day are brought down by one comment from an educator. It's so true, dude. Oh my God, Michael. It's so it's so true. Work out. Exactly. This is it. There you go. Work out, good haircut, fix teeth, smell nice, be clean, work hard, treat people with respect, and you'll definitely not end up alone. I agree. Dude, at some point, someone will be like that is it it's like gravity. Chase, it's like gravity. That's what it is. You're attracting mass. You're bulking. You're creating mass. And at the end of the day, doing these things, you will literally have more mass and your gravity will attract more people. It's just, I think it's inevitable, right? It's like it's a law of the universe. It's a law of the universe. Okay. What else do I want to do? Dude, I'm freaking loving this setup right now. All right. All right. Oh, dude, this was weird. I set up this thing. I like that. The positive outcome of insults, the bar's gotten so low that anyone can be impressive. Oh man. That's a bad state of affair. I love that. That's bad. Dude, I want to enable TTS for the stuff that I actually like click on. I think that would be really cool. So like the featured one. That's 2 TTS. Enable TTS. Oh, message text to speech. I gotta change. I'm gonna try to do text to speech here when I like actually click on something. Mhm. No, we can't do that. That's too much. Can you guys hear that? Oh, that's a lot better. Okay, that's pretty sick. 11 labs. Ooh, I need an API client. Google Cloud Key, Gemini. No. Dude, that's pretty cool. I can actually put in some cool models in here. Hi, Michael. What's up? Piper TTS? No. This is pretty cool. Here we go. Kit and TTS. Whoa. Whoa, what's happening? What is happening? Nope. Okay. Very scary. Lots of application errors. Exciting. Not working now. Reload. Okay. I think, dude, I liked Kokoro. I think that's legit. Okay. Let's try that. And then I want to do. Oh, there it is. Whoa. Oh, this is cool. Oh, that's sick. Okay. Can you guys hear these voices? Oh, that sounds good. Hmm. Okay. Interesting. Okay. I'm picking my talk to speech. Oh my gosh, they're so good. They're so good. There's so many of them. Let's try this. Okay. Okay, we're gonna do heart. And then I wanted to do enable text to speech. Okay. Sick. Perfect. Okay. Now feature chat overlay. All right, I just turned on TTS and I configured it. Here we go. Overlay. Feature chat. Okay. Let's do this. It's stalling. It's like it wants to do it. It's trying to. Oh, maybe it's this one too. Dang it. It should be saying something. Weird. Yeah, I didn't hear anything myself. Dang it. No, yeah, I didn't either. Weird. I don't know how to test it. Oh, there we go. Okay. No, it's okay. I didn't hear it either. It's okay. I think I might have found it. All right, here we go again. Featured chat overlay. Overlay. Oh, well, that's okay. Oh, well. Dang it. Maybe I'll just reset my computer. I'll just restart my computer and then it'll might go. Let's see. Let's see how the show, what I have on the show docket. I have, oh, I had, a concept for the logo on my cards. So I'm gonna have like I'm gonna get freaking cards and everything, guys. Just like a freaking actual show. I'm gonna have cards. I'm gonna have a theme song coming in. I'm gonna complete try hard on this as much as I can. It's gonna be hilarious. They're gonna be blank though. They're gonna be completely blank, but I'm just gonna be able to like fidget with them or like use them as a joke. No cards? Are you serious? You don't think so? I think it'd be funny. Do you think it's a gimmick, Helen? I'm curious. Curious what you think. I have a oh yeah, here's the slides. I think it might be just funny. I think that I don't want them to be annoying, like for sure. But I think it might be fun just to have, like, I think it'd be fun for some of them. I'm going through the slides that Opus like made for me. It's interesting. They're like they're AI's so good and but so bad in some ways. So so I'm gonna have like a chyron at the bottom, and then a thing on the upper right hand side here, you know. And so I'm gonna have like basically a PowerPoint skit that I go through, and then I have to design the chyron too, so that's gonna be funny, hopefully. So funny. But yeah, I need to write the script, and that'll be good. Oh, sorry, Michael. Oh no, in YouTube chat, he was saying that it's freaking the other night, 7 a.m. So, or tonight. Baylor, nice dude. That's awesome. Killing it. Yes, Helen. Yeah, I'm gonna rehearse for sure. I have to. I gotta rehearse the lines. Like I gotta practice the teleprompter thing. Oh, actually, I could set that up right now. I need to download the download everything. I can set that up. 1 second. So it's basically the teleprompter is just another monitor that I just plug into my computer. Woo! There it is. Sick. Oh shit. Let's go. I haven't been doing it all times, but you can actually have a you can actually set it up to wait, what the hell is that? What's going on? What is happening? You can actually set it up to just do chat. Like I can like read chat through the teleprompter because it's just a screen. It's kind of cool. Let's see. Elgato prompters. It's just speaker notes. Yeah, I mean, so speaker notes for the prompter. Yeah, I'm gonna have my for the show. I'm gonna have my lines on it, and as I read it, I can have it there. It's 360. Okay. Prompter download. Okay, download the Elgato software. Dude, Elgato is great, man. It is such a good brand. Just seriously makes things so much easier. I genuinely do love it. Trying to find the prompter. Teleprompter. Okay. Yeah. All right. Here we go. Exciting. It's downloading. I'm setting up my teleprompter right now. I can put lines on it. I can put people put chat around it. People put Zoom calls. Like they'll put a Zoom call behind it so that you can, like, when you're talking to someone, you're looking at them in the eyes. People really like that option, which is pretty cool. Sick. Cool. Whoa. Connected device. Start using camera hub connecting Elgato there. Done. Done. Oh, there it is. Ready to roll the camera? Oh, that's cool. Let's see. Come on. Does it actually work? Voice sync. Ugh. I need a RTX 2060 graphics card or better. Oh my god. Great. Check, check, check. That's cool. Hmm. Hmm. Good night, dude. I gotta see you, dude. Dang it, dude. This freaking. There's like a. I have to come down my brightness. Yeah, there we go. Oh my gosh. There was like creating a glare inside of the screen. That was weird. Okay. Output, all auto prompter, camera, effects, chat, stream chat, Twitch channel. Oh my god, that's so crazy. Let's see here. Test. That's so funny. Yeah, cause so then you can like look at chat and look at see you, Chase. Reduce my exposure that I have right now. I just turned off the brightness on the screen just so that it doesn't like bounce back from the glass, you know? Now it's just a oh, that's cool. And then now it's just a they do have it has voice follow, but I can't I don't have the graphics card for it, unfortunately. So I'm like, great. I need to like upgrade my graphics card in order to run this. There it is. Oh my gosh, that's so funny. It's just like a little thing, like a display now. I can put anything on here. I can actually, oh man, this is actually cool. Because, oh, now I can just reach. Oh, this is actually so sick. For my show, I can just, even when I don't have my show on. Like, oh, that's rad. That is so cool. Oh, that's rad. Control. Control. That's rad, dude. Dude, yeah, it's basically I'll post a picture. I'll post a picture of my new command center. It's 5 monitors, but it's actually pretty sick. Because now I can show like a lot of stuff. It's actually pretty cool. Yeah, that's rad. So basically during my show, I can use it for the teleprompter, but now, like with this, I can just keep it going all the time, you know? So, cause then I can just have it here, which is cool. And then that's rad. I'm really happy about this. Cool. Yeah, I'm just getting some stream development stuff done. I'm just trying to. I redid the lights. I redid my cameras. I installed my teleprompter. I'm going through my script. I do. Yeah, I think I'm gonna. Oh, weird. There we go. Got my stuff set up. Okay, cool. I'm happy with it. I gotta do my script though. I've never written something that I'm gonna say. I'm not a good speech writer. I don't write a lot of speeches. I just kind of like outline and ad lib. But I really want to do a script this time. I want to do something different. So I gotta get I'm trying to do script writing for the first time. So. Oh, you guys want to listen to some songs? You guys want to decide what the theme song is gonna be? I'm gonna do a. It give me a template like what I need in a script, but I'm gonna write the actual script. So, yeah. Okay. I really want to have. I want to have it be no lyrics. That's a big thing for me. No lyrics. Yeah. Yeah, people. So I always did that too, but people are really saying that you really do get a better performance out of writing down and performing actual lines as opposed to just thinking about something. But actually, you say it, but then you feel the words after a while, and then you actually say it. If that makes any sense. Oh. Okay, it's very loud. Okay, let's put these together. Okay, here we go. A little higher. Okay. No. It's an intro song. No. Nope. Nah. Oh, this is good. Dude, I like this a lot. Dude, this is sick. Dude. Okay, we're gonna download that one for sure. That was sick, dude. What the fuck? That was amazing. That was so rad. That was so rad. Yeah, it's house lounge downtown San Francisco. I like that. I'm gonna download that one for sure. I don't know if it's gonna be in the show or not. I like that one for a lot. And then here we go. P.S. No. 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 It has to be no vocals and a like pump fun.
Far beyond the range, you're alone. Take control. Come and get me. Come and get me. When you let
No. Dude. Warbringer. Dude, this is that's hard. That's hard. I like that actually a lot. I'm gonna go with let's go Warbringer. That you don't like that, Dot-K? You don't like that? The other ones were the vocal ones I didn't like. I don't like the vocal one. Yeah, the Warbringer. This is an instrumental. Yeah. Oops. Our song. No. Miley.
close to the sun. Calling out Mayday. Calling out 'cause you're the
Almost. I like that. That's sick. That's epic. Dude. This is hard. Boom. This is sick. Damn, I like that one a lot. That's sick. Nemesis. I love that. So cool. No. Yeah. No. Dude. That's pretty sick too. I don't like that. No. Ooh. Oh, this is like such a good outro. Oh my god, this is sick. Oh, I like that a lot. Afterlife. Dude, that's some good outro or something. Oh. I like that a lot. No, no. That pops. Ooh. Dude, that's sick. I like that. Okay, I'm gonna download all of these for sure, but I don't know which one the intro is. I don't know. I'm really excited. Okay. Okay, so I got listen to him again. Yeah, the F on. I thought the same thing. I was like, dang, these are some bangers. I was like, okay, okay. Okay, and then we had wave file or MP3. I think wave is better. Wave. 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 Dude, it's this guy that does a bunch of free music, the Fat Rat. I actually heard about this guy like a really long time ago, and I didn't know that he was still making like music still. And not only is he making music, but he's doing it in a really cool way. He's one of like, yeah, it's just a really cool idea. I love that idea of making copyright free music, you know. So it's cool. MP3 always? Really? I thought classical music. I want it to be different, dude. I want the intro to be different. Play with media player or media player key. Whoa. Whoa. Very loud. Very loud. Okay. Okay, let's do it again. Okay. Not for the intro, but that's interesting. I know. It's different. Boom. This is good. I like this one. Boo, I like this one. Dude, this is very classical. That's very classical. Those strings, that's hard. Oh, really? Okay. Let me make sure. I think your YouTube, you're getting this. There you go. Sorry about that. This is the song that I was listening to. I'll start over. Can you guys hear it? Bum, ba-dum, bum, bum. Did you guys hear it at all? Dang, really? Still okay. 1 second. Okay. Yeah, breaking news cell. Okay, cool. Okay, here we go. Here, Helen, I think you can hear it now. Okay, I think that's a really strong one. I really like that one. Okay, this is Warrior Song now. Okay. Oh, this isn't gonna work. No, that was a mistake. I didn't say anything. Warbringer. Dude, this is a good. This is good. Okay, it's a little, yeah. It's I don't know. I don't like that one as much. I think like a dancey tune, like I don't know. I don't like if I like that as much for this. I like the idea of it being freaking a little bit. I have to keep it under 30 seconds. Within 20 seconds, it has to be like really short. I'm not going to be playing like it for a long time. You know, it's going to be really cut. And then I'm going to have Mrs. Dr. G like say something too. I'm going to have her like doing the microphone. Like, you know, like I'm going to play it. It's going to be good. She's going to say, like, they always have the intro, you know? like the intro into the Daily Show with Jon Stewart, or something like that. So I have to get my wife to say that. I think it's gonna be the name of it. It's gonna be, at least what I'm gonna say. I'm gonna say this is the Dr. Greg Show, and this is herd immunity. Like that. That's how I'm framing it. Yeah, the first minute is so important. I need to, like, the first minute of the show needs to be the best part of the show. It needs to be so good. It's literally the entire thing hinges on the first minute. It's the most important minute of the entire thing. You have to have that every second mapped out. It's the only way to do it. So maybe like 5 seconds of the music, like maybe. That's why I'd like some sick big up the big thing and then the drop like right into it. That's what I'm thinking. So not like some dance beat or something. It has to be like like coming in really hot. It's pretty sick. I like that little drop right there. This right here. This. I think that's it. I think that's it. That's sick. I think that one was so good. Yeah, I'm just gonna clip like 5 seconds of it, 8 seconds of it. Like it's gonna be really quick and it's gonna fade in and out really quick. It's just gonna be like, and then I'm gonna have her saying the thing. What is the intro to the? How do they say it? What's the announcer one? The Daily Show with Jon Stewart. Ooh, that's an interesting, yeah. From Comedy Central's World News headquarters in New York, this is The Daily Show with Trevor Noah. I think I'm gonna have her say this. This is. And I need to do a thumbnail. Is it copyright free? Like that's why I'm using the music that I am. It has nothing to do with like how good it is. I just need it to be copyright free. Oh, I'm not dude, I'm not gonna do O Fortuna, dude. No, I'm not gonna do O Fortuna. No, dude. No. I love O Fortuna, but I want it to be my own thing, man. I want it to be my own my own thing. So also I need to start developing the thumbnail. I don't know what I want it to be. And the title. So the title and the thumbnail need to be done before the show is even like done or script like done and filmed. I know, yeah, exactly. I'm on live. I am gonna say I am gonna have her say live. So like live. The Dr. Greg Show. This is herd immunity. Then go right into it. And then let's start. Give me. And then, yeah, we'll see. I think like I've talked to my AI and stuff about it, trying to get, what is a good script? What is it? What is it? So I just need to work on that herd immunity. Yeah. Live. The Dr. Greg Show. The Dr. Greg Show live. Welcome to herd immunity. That'd be good. I like that. Anyway, I think it's a weird way of writing a show, but these are the things that Ludwig and Mr. Beast all talk about to make the best YouTube videos possible. This wouldn't be how I wrote it, but this is how they're recommending to think about this stuff. So I'm thinking in those constraints, between Ludwig's lectures and Mr. Beast's leaked production booklet. Like, it gives a pretty good blueprint on what you need to do in order to be successful in the YouTube algorithm. So I'm trying to really write to that and make that. So yeah, I think it's gonna be good. I'm happy we got the cameras all set up. Whoops. Nice. Nice. Oh, it's because this is on. God damn it. It doesn't work. It's so annoying. Anyway. Oh my God, there's a mass shooting at the Seattle Center Leaves. What? I did not know about this. Dude, that's awful. I had no idea. Yo, what's up? Um, um, it's a good question. Seattle Center. Um, one second, let me find it. Yeah, mass shooting. Mass shootings left 3 people dead, 4 wounded, including a toddler on my Sunday evening at the Seattle Center. A barrage of gunshots rang out around 6 p.m., where thousands of people had gathered at the Bite of Seattle Food Festival this weekend. Oh my God, just going to a food festival. Jesus Christ. Witnesses describe a chaotic scene. The people appeared to be shooting at each other, and he described the detained person as young. 2 guns were just recovered. Wow. Jesus Christ, man. It's awful. Mm. It's awful. Let's say this one. Yeah, it's like I'm so frustrated. But the thing is 3D printed ghost guns are so easy to do now that it's like even with mass buybacks and stuff, it's like so that issue is so long gone now. It's not to say that we shouldn't have preventative measures already, but like it's not going to be a good future. That's good. That's a good song. Okay, I gotta go to bed. But lots of good. I think this is the intro song right here. Right. Just like right into it. It'd be sick. It's gonna be awesome. Dude, I drove through Arizona for the first time, and it was so gorgeous, man. There was so many, just like, it was incredible. I was so shocked. Like it was so mountainy, and it was really cool. It was a really cool time. Totally recommend. Totally recommend it. Let's see. Okay. Sweet guys. A lot of great progress today. A lot of it was fun. Hopefully, I tested out some new stuff. I'm really liking this. Really liking this setup. This is cool. I think this is a cool angle. And then this. I think this transition is really cool. I like this a lot. And yeah, exactly. It's cool that it's helping me. Boom. So I can talk this. Cool. I'm excited about it. And the teleprompter is working, so that's cool. I'm pumped. All right, guys, I'm out of here. I gotta go. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Appreciate y'all. Bye. Have a good night. See you tomorrow.